All right, we're live and on the internet. Hope we don't bust it tonight. But thank you for being here. This is the August 19th Town of Garner Council regular meeting. We have a lot of exciting things to go over this evening. Let's start by asking our town attorney to call the roll.
Thank you. Mayor Gupton?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vance?
Here.
Councilman Dellinger?
Here.
Councilwoman Behringer?
Here.
Councilman Singleton?
Here.
And Councilman Matthews?
Here.
Thank you. And tonight I have the honor of leading the Pledge of Allegiance and then the little invocation. If you would, stand with us as we do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And for the invocation tonight, I think I'm going to tell a story. It's a story that helped me learn something. It's the story of an old man and an old woman who were building a house. And I only learned from this story years later, soon after I got this mayor job, and I was trying to understand the difference between the Unified Development Ordinance, fondly known as the UDO, and the Comprehensive Long-Term Plan. And finally, one of my good friends and mentors who knew me well, he said, well, do you remember about 8 years ago when you were getting ready to build a house, you and your wife had designed it and you were going to be the contractor? I said, yes, I remember that. And he said, you remember she had a dream book. She's a decorator, an interior designer, and she had assembled through the years clippings of different house plans and profiles of how houses might look, different roofing, different flooring, how kitchens could look, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, I remember that. He said, so imagine if you went to her and said, honey, this new house is going to meet every requirement of the building code. Every pipe will pass inspection, every cement block will be square, and we're going by every bit of the code. And she said, well, what about my dream book? And I said, no, we're throwing that out the window. We're just going to go by the building code. He said, buddy, you would be a dead man, and she would use your life insurance proceeds to build her dream house with her new husband. And I said, well, that's not what I want at all. So that helped me understand, though, the building code is the Unified Development Ordinance. This is the UDO. This is the equivalent of the building code. We're going to go by this. Her dream book was much more colorful and much more full of exciting diagrams and pictures and the way things could look, much like our book is here. So that's how I learned the correlation between the dream book, the long-term comprehensive plan that we aspire to. We shoot for this. We're not going to settle for passing on the building code. That was just my lesson for the day. Sometimes it's more than just yes or no. You have a long-range plan, you have short-term details. I learned I didn't die, we built the house. Thank you. The next section on our agenda tonight is petitions and comments, and our town attorney tells me that no individuals have signed up for this part.
That's correct. No one has signed up for that portion of the
There
agenda.
will be points at which later on there might be some individual testimony related to specific items that are on the agenda. That being said, I ask our council members if we can adopt the agenda as it stands.
So moved. Second.
There's a move and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion or any changes suggested? Hearing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote. Those in favor of adopting the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, we unanimously adopt the agenda. Part F of our agenda this evening is presentations. We have none scheduled for that. So we move to the consent agenda. And this evening, this is the total of 8 items, mostly of a more routine function. that council has had time to look at. Staff has been looking at exhaustively and are more routine in matter. Unless a council member wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda for further discussion, we can adopt them. Is there a motion to adopt these 8 items as the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Vance, second by Ms. Behringer. Is there any discussion items? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda. We just got it, but the vote will be a roll call vote. All those not a roll call, a voice vote. All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, the consent agenda is passed as well. Now, here's the part that gets interesting. This is item H. We're into section H. It's in the public hearings. And the first 2 public hearings are legislative hearings, which do not require sworn testimony. However, all persons interested in speaking must sign up with the assistant town attorney in the back of the room. And I think we have had a few people sign up for these. So, in both of these cases, the town staff will present a brief presentation followed by the applicant, and the other persons who wish to comment on the item will be recognized to speak. Council requests that groups of individuals with the same position to designate a representative to speak for the group, and each individual speech is typically limited to 3 minutes, and we do have a timer. Thank you for being courteous to your other citizens. The first public hearing that we have is a voluntary contiguous annexation petition related to Bennett Assemblage. And our presenter for this will be a surprise guest that we got. Our planning director was absent with an illness this evening.
Ms. Joseph is prepared to do the presentation. She's trying to upload the applicant's presentation for another project. So if you could just wait for a moment, we're going to try to locate her.
Okay, no problem. Chat amongst yourselves quietly for a few moments.
Where is she?
Yeah, well, let's see. Aaron's working on getting her slide deck together.
Not a good sign.
Technology is wonderful. They've been to the planning commission and back.
The others were at.
Excuse me. No. Yeah.
Terry's back.
Yeah, it's just a voluntary annexation. We've seen this thing.
Please accept my apologies.
Oh,
I
no
was trying to
apologies.
help an applicant.
No apologies necessary. You were not the last one in. It was somebody else's fault. I'm glad you got them online.
Thank you, Mayor.
Y'all gave your homework, flew out the window.
Most gracious.
I've used them all.
Thank you.
So our special guest presenter this evening is Miss Erin Joseph, our Assistant Planning Director.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And before I get started, I would like to take a moment, if you will, Mayor, and allow me to introduce our new senior planner, Mr. Julian Griffey. This is his first council meeting tonight, so he has joined us about 3 weeks now, maybe close to a month, as our senior planner. We're so happy to have him. He has a wealth of planning experience, over 10 years of planning experience. He was formerly in Leland and the town of Leland and New Hanover County. He's a recent Peace Corps volunteer returnee from, he had a service in the Philippines as a resiliency worker. So I'd just like to introduce Julian. Would you like to say a few words? Or? Thank you.
Hey, Town Council. Again, thank you for that introduction, Erin. My name is Julian Griffey. As she had mentioned, I've been here for about 3 weeks or so. And again, as she had mentioned, I've been in the game for about 10 years, give or take. I've done 2 Peace Corps services abroad, one in Albania as an urban planner. Most recently was in the Philippines doing disaster risk reduction and management. My master's is from the University of Arizona, and then I did my undergrad at Charlotte. So I'm a native North Carolinian. It's certainly a pleasure to be here. Looking forward to being here for an extended period of time.
Glad to have you on board, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I
Appreciate
know your team is glad to have you as well. They've been working understaffed for some time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Looking forward to serving y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, I will present the annexation case. This is a contiguous annexation request for the Bennett Land NC LLC. This site is located on US.
May I request you bring your mic up a little closer?
Oh, yes, sir.
Us old war veterans, we don't hear quite as well as we used to. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, this is annexation case ANX 25013. This is for a annexation, contiguous annexation of 64.92 acres. It also includes an additional 6.11 acres dedicated for right-of-way. This property was had a rezoning case in 21, MCZ-MP 21-10 for the Bennett Assemblage. It also recently had a special use permit that was approved in December of 2024. So this is the final procedural step before you all for the annexation. The applicant is also requesting water services and sewer services for the site with the City of Raleigh. And so per our agreement with the City of Raleigh, a petition for annexation is required. The applicant is here this evening if you have any questions for the applicant, and I can answer any questions that you may have for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant wish to make a presentation?
She has prepared a few items of discussion, if you would.
Now, I was just going to say, Beth Blackman with Timmons Group, 5410 Trinity Road, Suite 102. Good to see y'all again. I'm here. I have a few things I can say. If you need any additional information about the project, it has come before you a couple of different times, so we can keep it brief if you don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is a project that has been before the council a couple of times by the Planning Commission for the prior rezoning, those things. And this is the next step, the official annexation into the town. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Joseph.
Yes, sir, that is correct. The rezoning was a Tier 2 master plan rezoning, and for the subdivision, the townhomes and the single-family lots, and the SUP was for the apartments, Bennett Assemblage Apartments.
Excellent. So it's been given a lot of thought, a lot of study, it's been before council and the Planning Commission.
Yes, sir.
To get to
Correct.
this final,
Yes.
I might say, the final step in our jurisdiction, and then the applicant, the engineers, the builders have many more steps to take after this.
Correct. We're under review for our CDs, so yes, we're moving forward on the site. So.
Okay. And now let's see if let's recognize council members who might want to ask some questions, and let's start with Mr. Matthews End here.
Nothing at this time.
Mr. Singleton,
No questions.
No questions.
Mr. Dellinger, and Mr. Vance.
No questions.
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you. And are there some individuals who have signed up to speak on this item?
No other person signed up to speak on this particular agenda item.
Okay, then we will close the public hearing. We'll now ask council members if there's any motion and second to approve or adopt this ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Vance, second by Mr. Matthews. That opens the floor for discussion. Or any other council members have some questions, suggestions, comments they'd like to make on this issue? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask for a voice vote on this matter of approval. There's been a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2025-5357 for this voluntary contiguous annexation. All in favor of approving this ordinance, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay?
Nay.
Okay, that would be 4 ayes and 1 nay, and the motion passes. The annexation is approved. Thank you all for your hard work on this project. Takes us to item number 2 under public hearings, and this is a Tier 2 conditional rezoning request. The name of it is Arden Subdivision. Our presenter, again, will be our Assistant Planning Director, Ms. Erin Joseph.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is a Tier 2 conditional rezoning request. The applicant, Sarah Van Every of McAdams Group, has submitted the petition on behalf of the property owners to rezone 54.4 acres from residential agricultural to residential 4 conditional for the development of 136 single-family detached units. The site is within the town's extraterritorial jurisdiction and is generally located on the northeast corner of 1010 Road and Old Stage Road. The existing zoning district, RA or rural agricultural, is primarily intended for rural style residential development, agricultural and silvicultural uses, typically outside of the town's corporate limits where water and sewer services are not readily available. Currently, the site is vacant. There are some single-family homes in the immediate area. The site is also within the Lower Swift Creek Conservation Overlay District, in which limits the single-family residential development to no more than 30% of built-upon area and multifamily to no more than 50% of impervious surface. The site is not within an activity center as identified in our comprehensive plan. However, to the northwest of the site at Fayetteville Road, there is the Neighborhood Activity Center. And just at 1010 and Old Stage Road, you have the Community Activity Center. This area is primarily consists of single-family neighborhoods, vacant tracts, and a few local businesses in the surrounding area. You also have Vance Elementary School that's just down the road from the site. And 1010 Road is a 2-lane arterial road. It's connecting the southern end of town to NC 50 to US Highway 401. The requested zoning district is R4 conditional. The applicant has narrowed the uses to 1 out of a possible 14, just a single family detached. They are proposing 136 single-family detached lots and units. The lot size minimum is 53 by 120. They have conditioned down the side interior lot setback to 6 feet and the side corner setback to 10 feet. Outside of the constrained list of uses, the applicant has also proffered conditions that establish guidelines for site design, architectural standards, open space, and recreation. With the site design, they are proposing a maximum density of 2.5 dwelling units per acre. There's planned pedestrian trails for pedestrian connectivity, and also proposing road frontage improvements. And I have an asterisk right next to the road frontage improvements because the legal department has reviewed this case and the conditions, and has provided comments that this condition number 7, if you review your packet with the conditions that addresses road frontage improvements, should be addressed as a developer's agreement rather than a condition. So just wanted to make sure that we pointed that out to you all. As far as architectural standards, they have committed to a minimum square footage of living area, specific building materials, size of porches, window, and garage features are also included. The applicant is also committing to floor plans that have a first floor primary bedroom. As far as amenities and open space, the proposal includes a playground, a dog park, and pickleball courts, and also a minimum of 6-foot paved trails. On the screen, you have the proposed master plan, and I'll just highlight a few of the features. You have your access points. There are 3 access points into the site. The main access point is from 1010 Road. You also have a one-way access connection from Hurst Drive into the development, and then you have a full movement access from the Eagles Ridge subdivision. The main amenity area is central to within the site, and also there are other open space areas that have programming as well. There's one stormwater control measure. And the site is subject to water quality and quantity requirements. As stated, there's one stormwater control measure. Water and sewer are proposed to connect from 1010 Road, a 12-inch existing water line at 1010 Road, and then also an existing 8-inch sewer line from the Eagle Ridge subdivision. A traffic impact analysis was completed in October of 2024. The development is expected to generate 1,340 trips on the average weekday. Within the peak hours in the AM, 25 trips are proposed in and 74 trips out. During the PM peak hours, 84 trips in and 49 trips out. The figure on the screen shows the future lane build out configuration with the NCDOT recommended right and left turn lanes from 1010 Road. And you'll see that here, the left turn lane into the site from 1010 Road with 50 feet of storage, and also a dedicated right turn lane into the site from 1010 Road. Here you have the connection to Seastone and also the connection to the Hurst Drive, which this was recently added to the TIA this year. Also of note, there is a proposed traffic signal at Seastone and Old Stage Road. The developer is committing to 15% of the cost of that traffic signal installation. There are no significant environmental or cultural features. As well as the overlay district, the site is within the Swift Creek land management area, which limits the residential development to 30%. There were 2 neighborhood meetings conducted for this proposal. 224 properties were identified. The first meeting was held last year in July, and the second meeting was held in May of this year. 13 attendees at the first meeting and 17 at the second meeting. And you do have the full report of those meetings in your agenda packet. And the site is not within an activity center. The character typology from the comprehensive land use plan is land character type is neighborhood, and it is a level 2 area to strengthen on the development intensity matrix. Staff's analysis for the framework consistency, there were 15 growth framework criteria that were evaluated. 13 were strong supported, 1 received a modest non-support, and 1 received a strong non-support. Regarding the land use and community character consistency, there were 28 criteria that were determined to be applicable. And staff's analysis summarizes that the use of the open space to create a strong central focal point and the connectivity of the trail network within the site is a strength of the plan that speaks directly to recommendations of the comprehensive plan. However, a strong non-support rating was given to the lack of diversity in housing types and to a lack of commitment to green street solutions. And overall, the proposed development has strengths, but greater home options, improved access management for the corridor, and incorporating green street solutions could improve consistency. You do have that full analysis in your agenda packet as well. That concludes my presentation. I'll be here to answer any questions. The applicant is here to answer any questions. We're having some technical difficulties with pulling up their presentation, and so I'll leave my presentation up on the screen for them if they need to reference the master plan. But this evening, the next steps would be to finish conducting and closing the public hearing. If council makes that determination, it's referred to Planning Commission for findings of reasonableness and a recommendation to approve or deny, and then back to Town Council for a final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph. Does the applicant want to add anything to the presentation?
Yes, definitely. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group, 434 Fayetteville Street, Suite 2200, Raleigh, 27601. Happy to be here tonight on behalf of Mungo Homes. Joining me from Mungo Homes is Mike Taylor, Naldo Echeverria, and Alexis Karambot. They are representatives of Mungo who've been working on this site for a while. From McAdams Company, who's providing planning and engineering services, are Sarah Van Every and Max Creech. And then finally, certainly last but not least, is Tyler Blank from Exalt Engineering. They're the traffic engineers who you'll hear from momentarily. Aaron's done a great job of setting us up. Unfortunately, we did have a presentation that for whatever reason didn't make its way through. I'm going to work from my presentation, but not expect you to know what's in front of me. We'll be certain to email you a copy of that. And if you've got questions after the meeting, we're happy to answer those. But I did want to spend a little bit of time talking about the history of the people that are selling this property. This is essentially a group of family members who have been on this site for a long time. This is a combination of portions of 5 properties. Well, it's portions of 4 and one parcel in its entirety. And these are all fairly well-connected family members who have been on the site for a long time or been on their sites for a long time. And the property has sentimental value to them. They've lived there for a while. I think the first home was built in the 1930s. The gentleman who built that home, who's long since passed, built it with his hands. The story goes that he dragged concrete from the Crabtree area by horse-drawn buggy to get it down here to build this home back in the 1930s. Obviously, this area was a lot different back then. And the property has stayed in the family for an extended period of time. The portions of the site between our property that is being developed and 1010 Road are portions where the homes stay, where those folks live, and they want to stay there. They love staying there. There's a family cemetery on a portion of one of the properties. There's some ashes that have been spread over there from a matriarch of the family who had passed away. And so these folks have lived there for a long time. They love their homes. They don't want to move, but they don't want to continue maintaining all of the property that they own. And obviously, they've seen a lot of development in this area. The traffic has certainly changed around them. But they would really like to stay here, just be able to unload a portion of this property so that they can still live there, but not have to be responsible for maintaining the entirety of that assemblage. So I just wanted to provide you a little bit of that history associated with the fact that you do have a seller who's selling a portion of the site, just to tell you why it's only a portion of the site. Is that they love living there. They don't want to move. They're not ready to move. They just don't want to keep maintaining the property, which I certainly understand. As you all are probably aware, I know most of the folks who were on this council, I didn't work on the case, but there was a previous application that was made for this case back in 2022. That application was ultimately withdrawn, but the McAdams team worked on that application. I had the benefit of going back. It came to public hearing, and so I was able to see that application at that time, was able to hear the feedback that the council had at that time, and we've been cognizant of that. We've been working around that feedback. Hurst Drive was a big topic of conversation back in 2022 relative to this site, and I've got an update for you on that front, and that I'll point out on the master plan. I think Councilman Dellinger, you made a comment about the side yard setbacks. As you may recall, they were 5 feet back then, and you requested 6 feet. And so the 6 feet that you see before you tonight is a direct reflection of the feedback that we heard from you in that case. And obviously, traffic was a big concern at that time. Traffic is generally a concern, certainly in this area. And so Mungo took it upon themselves to hire Exalt and make sure that we had all the answers relative to traffic that we possibly could. And it looks like you've got hard copies of the presentation, so that's at least mildly helpful, so I'll work my way through. If you look at obviously the concept plan, I do want to point out the Hurst Drive connection, which has been a big topic of conversation in each of the neighborhood meetings that we've had in this case. It was obviously a big conversation that you all had back in 2022 when this case was reviewed. At that time, that connection, which was being required by the town, was a full movement connection. The concept plan, as you may note, in that top right corner, is a one-direction roundabout in that location, meaning traffic from our site cannot leave our site and go onto Hurst Drive, but folks who live on Hurst Drive and in that community can pass through our community and access our road network to get out to 1010 Road. And so the good news is that was an example that's been provided in other cases that were subsequent to that 2022 conversation. I know there was a lot of conversation that happened at this table relative to the possibility of doing a cul-de-sac or something along those lines. And ultimately, we had those same conversations with staff. Staff informed us that from a code compliance standpoint, there had to be some sort of connection, but using the examples that we've seen in other cases, like Bethel Green, we installed this kind of one-way roundabout so that those folks don't have to worry about our traffic leaving our site and going through their community, and they'll be able to access our road. So I just wanted to give you that update with respect to how Hurst Drive is being handled with respect to this case. I'm going to reference this page right here, which has multicolors, and I'm not going to ask you to be able to read any of it because I certainly can't. But I just want to highlight those conditions that you see. There's 2 different colors there. There's some of them are in black and some of them are in red, I guess, fuchsia. I don't know what color that is. The ones that are in color are conditions that have either added or been changed since this case started. And I mention that because Jeff, Aaron, and his team are doing a great job on behalf of the town and working with applicants and making sure that by the time we get in front of you all, they are the type of plans that, as you saw, generally speaking, are strongly consistent with the type of character of the communities that the comprehensive plan contemplates, that are addressing the things that you all like to see from an open space standpoint. And so your staff is doing a great job in all respects. At this point, I'm going to hand it off to Tyler with Exalt Engineering to talk a little bit about the traffic side of the equation. And then I'm going to come back up and conclude. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Tyler Blang with Exalt Engineering. We're located at 203 West Millbrook Road, Suite 200 in Raleigh, North Carolina. They have a copy of this, you said? Okay. So going to the first transportation slide, I'll kind of just walk through them as they are in the packet there. But again, the original TIA, traffic impact analysis for this development, was submitted in October of 2024. That was fully reviewed by NC.DOT. They did agree with all of our results and recommended improvements. To go over those improvements again, we have eastbound and westbound turn lanes going into the proposed site along 1010 Road. There are also some improvements being made to the signalized intersection at 1010 Road and Old Stage Road, consisting of an eastbound right turn lane and a northbound right turn lane. However, those are being put into place by a separate NC.DOT project, so that will kind of help some of the operations at that intersection outside of this development. We also recommended a signal to be put in place at the Seastone Street intersection at Old Stage Road. Originally, we proposed the developer was going to be responsible for 15% contribution to that, but we were informed by NCDOT that a signal is already being put in place at that intersection. And that is to be complete sometime by the end of this year is what NCDOT told us. So operations will be improved by that signal being put into place there as well. We then had a revised traffic impact analysis submitted in July of this year. The revision, as stated, was the Hearst Drive connection going one way into our development, but vehicles not being able to exit onto Hearst Drive. That TIA is still under review by NCDOT, but all of our other recommendations and results from the TIA were almost identical to our initial TIA. So basically, with our recommended improvements in place, they definitely mitigate the impact of the proposed site. All of the signalized intersections are projected to operate at an acceptable level of service, and the delay impacts at the unsignalized intersections are within allowable limits or operate acceptably. On the next slide there of the presentation, we have a table that shows the level of service, or LOS, and delay numbers there. I'll touch on those briefly, but it covers all of our 5 study intersections on the left-hand column, and it kind of compares the no build level of service and delay to the build out level of service and delay. So again, no build is without the development, build out is with the development and all the improvements in place. Just to touch on level of service too, it's not necessarily like a school grade where you have to get an A for it to be good. In traffic engineering, a level of service D is what is considered an acceptable level of service. So looking at our build out columns there with improvements, in the AM, you can see that all of our intersections in the build out scenario still operate with a D or better level of service. And in the build out PM, they all operate with a D or better level of service. The only exception to that was at study intersection 2, Old Stage Road at Whitecroft Drive. In the no build scenario, it already operates at an E level of service, and in the build out, it still operates with an E. So we did not decrease the level of service of that intersection. We maintained it there. And all other intersection scenarios are at an acceptable level of service. The next slide, there was some previous questions to the queuing along 1010 Road, coming back from Old Stage Road, kind of going towards the elementary school bus loop. So we did look at that and how our development would impact that queuing. We found out that basically the development has very, very minimal impact to that queuing. If you look at the eastbound, the average queue in the no build model, the average queue is 553 feet. And in the build out, the average queue is 564 feet. So it's only an 11-foot difference in the queue with the development in place. For the 95% queue, which is almost worst case scenario, 95% queue is only 5% of the time during the peak hour will the queue be longer than that distance. In the no build 95% queue, it was 775 feet. And in the build out peak hour queue for the 95th percentile was 788 feet. So only a 13-foot difference for the 95% queue. So 11 feet and 13 feet, that's less than one vehicle length in transportation modeling. Lastly, for traffic, there are also some prior questions regarding the Vance Elementary School bus loop and some queuing inside that loop there and maybe extending onto 1010 Road. So we did look into that. And overall, the queuing on 1010 Road was not a result of the amount of traffic using the bus loop driveway. In fact, there was no queuing from buses inside that bus loop that queued out onto 1010 Road. During the AM peak period, there was at most at any given time 3 buses queued at the internal loop. And there was only one instance where a westbound bus waited for a gap in opposing traffic. And I think they were stopped for about 10 seconds waiting for a gap. And that only happened one time. During the peak, PM peak period, there was at most 2 buses queued at the internal loop there at any given time. There were 5 instances where a westbound bus waited for a gap in opposing traffic. And of those 5, one of them was due to a bus being kind of parked in the middle of the driveway, as shown in the picture in the top right-hand side. So the bus that was turning left into the driveway wasn't able to enter because the bus was over a little too far. So that was one of the instances. And then there was one eastbound bus from a different school that stopped in front of the driveway for 14 seconds to drop some kids off, and then they continued along on their way. So again, no queuing from the bus loop, really queued out onto 1010 Road whatsoever. And the proposed site had very minimal impact to the elementary school intersection and any of the queuing along 1010 Road going towards Old Stage Road. If there's any other questions regarding traffic, I'd be happy to answer those after the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Tyler. A couple of things that are also worth noting, and with respect to open space, you'll see we've got an open space programming slide that we would love to have up on the screen. Required is 5.44 acres. What's being provided is nearly 4 times that at 19.38 acres. We've got affirmative commitments to a pickleball court, fenced-in playground, shade structure, dog park, also robust private trails going in and out of the site. Every home is going to be within 2,000 linear feet of an open space within the community. So something we really are. I think Mungo has done a good job, and you all are familiar with George's Landing. Mungo is the builder in George's Landing, and they've had great success over there. That's been a tremendous success for them. They're looking to replicate that. Essentially, the home styles that you're going to see here are the larger homes that you see in George's Landing. And so if you flip through those last handful of slides, what we wanted to show you is the setback comparison. So that first slide is an example of the setbacks. The 6-foot setback is what we're going to have in this community. And then the next page is the setbacks from George's Landing, which are a lot smaller, which are at 3 feet. And so these are the larger home, the larger lots that you would otherwise see as compared to George's Landing. And then those last few slides are building elevations that are submitted as part of this development. So again, Mungo's really excited about this opportunity, excited to be able to put in a community that they believe that the town will be proud of, will be a great asset to the community. As you all are aware, the 1010 Road is not far from services at 401 and with the Costco and all of those things. And the last thing I would mention with respect to the comment relative to the 1010 Road improvements that are being committed as part of the site, the development agreement comment, with no problem with that. We're happy to work with the town attorney's office in working out the terms of the development agreement to make those commitments part of the process, and that we could take it out of the zoning condition. And those are the improvements essentially along the frontage of the property that we are buying from the sellers, but they're not selling us that actual frontage. I will tell you, we have continued to have conversations with those sellers, and we're very optimistic that we will have that right of way and be able to put that right of way in. But we're happy to work with the town attorney's office and embody those commitments in a development agreement as part of this process. So with that, we're here to answer any questions that you all may have, and we look forward to your feedback.
Thank you very much. Before the applicant steps down, are there any questions that council would like to ask before we move to the individual testimony? Mr. Vance, we'll start at your end.
Yes, I heard acceptable level of service. Can you define that? What is the acceptable level of service relative to traffic?
Yeah, so for level of service, it gives a letter grade of A, B, C, D, E, and F. In terms of what is acceptable, a level of service D or better is considered acceptable level of service.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dellinger?
No question, just a comment. It's good to not see an R8 thrown in down our throats and smash the homes altogether. It's a really good improvement from what came before in terms of scale, and took all the considerations that we brought to your attention to bear. Only thing is, and we'll help the planning commission about 2 things. One, would prefer in the watershed for 100% 100-year flood event containment, and then the other is just a question for the attorney on the timing of the drafting of the conditions with the rezoning.
Sorry, what's your specific question about the conditions?
So the condition 7 that we're going to remove and replace with a developer agreement, what's the sort of timeline for that in congruence with the timeline for the zoning going through the...
So a development agreement would require a public hearing, which could be done in conjunction with this case coming back if it is referred from Planning Commission back to it. It does require the drafting of that agreement to be available when the public hearing notice would be published. But yeah, I commend them on putting a lot of detail into the condition, but I feel that there's some details that are missing that would be best fleshed out, with a development agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barry?
Yeah, two questions. One, how far is it to the intersection of 401 and 1010? And what is the level of service at that intersection presently?
Pull up my level of service tables here if you can give me a second. And you're asking the intersection of 1010 Road at Old Stage Road? Is that what you?
1010 and 401.
So 401 was not one of our study intersections for this development. So prior to performing the TIA, we meet with NCDOT and come up with a list of study intersections that will be affected by this development. So 1010 and 401 was not one of those study intersections determined for this development.
I wish we had that information because that intersection will be affected by this traffic, even though it's a good distance away.
Thank you. Good question. Mr. Singleton?
Yes, Mr. Bland, you step back up. I got more traffic questions for you. I want to confirm a few things.
Yes, sir.
You spoke about the intersection of 1010 and Old Stage, and DOT has been making some improvements out there on a current project, but they couldn't make them all at once because they were separate projects or separate work orders or separate funding or whatever. You're saying that the northbound and the eastbound improvements that were required for your project are going to be included in their work. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. The northbound and the eastbound right and northbound right are part of the NCDOT project, not provided by the developer.
Okay. The intersection at Seastone and Old Stage, you said that they have told you that the signalized intersection will be there by the end of the year.
Correct. That's what NCDOT stated to us, that it should be complete by the end of this year.
Okay, the intersection, or excuse me, the roundabout that will go to Hurst Drive, which will go to Whitecroft Drive, they'll be able to turn off of Old Stage and go westbound into there, but they will not be able to leave the proposed subdivision and head back east on that. That's what it is. Question about knowing that the existing subdivision was built several years ago to county standards and doesn't have curb and gutter and sidewalk and so forth. So when they mesh together after the roundabout, will it just stop with the road, the town of Garner road standards with the curb and gutter and sidewalk? We'll just stop there and then it'll mesh to the little narrower road without curb and gutter. There's not going to be any improvements just to blend into it at any distance. It'll stop at the property line, correct?
In terms of the roundabout in the development, I would defer to the developer on that.
Okay.
If you want to talk
I was just asking how that's going
Yeah.
to merge together. I just didn't know if it's going to be, okay, here we stop, curb and gutter stop, and all of a sudden we're at an unimproved road. Or standards that were built years ago, not unimproved, you know what I mean, county standards.
Yeah, that's a DOT road, technically speaking, even though DOT is not maintaining it. So we'll follow the town's guidance on how that tie-in occurs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just curious to go. Now, also one more question while you're here. These will be streets that'll have street lights on them, and that, I think, subdivision, I don't think has any. So we'll be going from a lit subdivision, well, they'll be coming from the way they come into it, from a dark subdivision at night into a lit subdivision.
Yes, sir.
Confirming that.
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Okay, any other questions? Mr. Vance?
Back to the traffic question, the main access is going to be off of 1010 into the development, correct? That's the main access.
Yes, sir.
Off of 10, okay, and then you have three other accesses. The one I'm looking at now is the one off into Eagle Ridge.
Yes, sir.
And looking at the traffic that'll be coming out of, because that's a full movement access there, coming in and out of.
Eagle Ridge is absolutely a full movement access.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and when you had the workshop with the citizen information workshop with the providing the information to the public, did you get any type of response back relative to traffic coming through Eagle Ridge?
I will tell you, I didn't participate in the first neighborhood meeting. I participated in the second neighborhood meeting where there were 17 people. Didn't get a lot of pushback in terms of the additional traffic. They recognize the traffic is going to be there. It was not a huge part of the discussion that I had, and that was, significant increase in traffic burden up there. We acknowledge that traffic from our site will definitely be going through that community, especially with the future signalization of Searstone at Old Stage. There will absolutely be a traffic impact on that road, no doubt.
Okay. That's all I got.
Okay, no further questions for the applicants or the staff at this point.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Stick around. I'll ask our town attorney, are there any individuals who have signed up to speak at this public hearing?
Yes, there are 2 private individuals who have signed up to speak.
There are 2, okay. If the first one, did you get them in order?
Yes, that would be Zach Brown.
Yes, sir. If you would approach the podium and give us your name and address.
Sure. My name is Zach Brown. I live at 1108 Azadia Court, part of the Whitecroft subdivision. My house faces the Hurst Drive. I want to applaud Mungo and McAdams for the redesign of this master plan. First off, the one thing I take exception to is the access, the one-way access on Hurst Drive. I'm kind of confused as to why that's necessary. I understand they need to access some of that green space for the development. I don't understand why it's a vehicular access when it could be a pedestrian access to that green space. I speak on behalf of the subdivision that the residents do not want any connectivity tied to this master plan. We feel that any sort of traffic added into our quiet neighborhood kind of disturbs what we have going on currently. And then as Councilman Singleton mentioned, the typical section matchup between this master plan and our current typical section within the Whitecroft subdivision, it will not match. There will be a significant discontinuity between the curb and gutter system and the traditional county road with a ditch line there. Again, I understand the green space, and I feel like there could be a better alternative than to what they are currently showing. So I would just implore the council members to consider a different approach to that section of the development. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your input. Very meaningful. Ms. Jones, we have another speaker.
Michael Williams.
Michael Williams, if you would please step to the podium and tell us your name and address, sir.
Michael Williams, 531 Seaside Street, and I decline to comment. Thank you.
Oh, okay. That didn't take long, did it? Thank you. Okay, so that completes the testimony from the individuals. And if you and actually that's all of the speakers that have been brought so far. I think we can close the public hearing. Excuse me. If you.
Yes, ma'am.
Never too late for another person to speak. Hang on just a minute.
Just briefly, I answered something incorrectly for Mr. Singleton. I'm happy to correct it after this individual.
We'll have another chance to speak. Yes, sir. Please address come to the podium. Give us your name and address, sir.
I'm Dr. Richard Lee. My address is 715 Edgewater Drive, Garner, North Carolina, 27529. And I'm a proud graduate of Garner Senior High School. And I'm on staff at Duke University and as a physician in the gastroenterology department. Now, I came here, I guess it was a couple of years ago, and as this was all kind of working out. And I'm still concerned, I think, as anybody would be with the traffic, even on Sunday. the traffic's bad through that area. It's only going to get worse. And by the way, it's only about, it's less than what its turn is less than 2 miles to 401. And it's way less, actually, to what the turn is. So I need to know what the traffic coming from there. I have a couple of things I'm concerned about, and that I mentioned before. Certainly I have the land. I grew up, we raised tobacco just west of that land, and I keep my part of it in agriculture. I plan to keep it that way. And certainly you're talking about the Swift Creek runoff. I don't know all the details about that, but certainly we put a lot of pesticides in that land over the years, MH30, DDT, and otherwise, because I helped put it out there. And growing up, I worked in tobacco. But in any case, I don't know how big an issue that is in the watershed. I'm kind of curious about the water. Is the water all coming from Garner, or is it all coming from in the sewage? I know you said you had pipes going to the adjacent development there, but I'm not sure how that works out either. But certainly the groundwork may be an issue. I don't know yet. That's more to y'all's concern, and but I want to make you aware of these things. I certainly am concerned about the traffic and concerned about the overwhelming watershed, and those things do disturb me. And I think it disturbs anybody here will be the traffic issues in this area. We're getting overrun, and certainly the issues in 401 coming back this way is more than significant. Come back towards Williams Crossroads. So that's the name of that. Everybody from Garner knows that's Williams Crossroads. Mr. Williams was killed in a baton death march in World War II. So, any case, those are some of my concerns. I think it's most people's concerns. And the access via the roads to these other housing developments, I don't know how that works, but that is certainly it sounds like a tough situation to deal with the increased traffic and that we have to deal with every day here. But anyway, thanks for your consideration. Thanks for letting me speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Thanks for your courtesy and staying under your 3 minutes. And Mr. Barron, did you have a correction you wanted to make to a previous statement?
I did, Mayor. Councilman Singleton, you asked the question about the lighting in the two communities of Whitecroft versus our community. My client looked it up and had remembered there's actually there are street lights on Hurst Drive. So I think I told you that it wasn't lighted and our community was. That was not an accurate statement. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Also, while you're there, could you clarify from Dr. Lee's standpoint what water and sewers can be Raleigh, from the city of Raleigh will be extended from, I'm assuming, Eagle Ridge or another subdivision in the area?
Yes, sir. Yep. Utilities can be provided by the city of Raleigh in concert with the town. Yes, sir. Water and sewer.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other speakers, we can close the public hearing. We'll have some more discussion. We usually don't go back to the same speaker twice, but let me assure you there will be another public hearing at the Planning Commission, and you have the ear of any of the council members, any of the staff at any time. Questions, comments are always welcome. Thank you for your courtesy and sharing your time with all of us here this evening. So we will close the public hearing portion of this project right here, but we will still talk a little bit about what the next steps are. Just a reminder, this is the first public hearing, and the job of our council here is to ask questions, raise issues, if any, and then we send this over to the Planning Commission for their detailed review and going by another set of rules. So we'll, in a few moments, we'll ask for if there's a motion to refer this to the Planning Commission in a second. If there is, we can have some more discussion about this particular project that will be a part of the record that goes to the Planning Commission and comes back to us at the new and old business portion, that we would vote as to whether approve or not approve this particular subdivision. So this is a public hearing. We're really not here tonight to make a decision on this, but to gather information, pass it to the Planning Commission, take their input, look at it again to make a final decision at a future point. So saying that, just remind them what our objective is. We'll go down the list of the council members again. Whose turn is it to start? Mr. Vance or Mr. Matthews? We'll start with Mr. Matthews, and we'll come down the road for other questions. Well, I'll tell you what, let's get a motion and a second first, then we can have a discussion. Is there a motion to refer this to the Planning Commission?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Matthews and a second by Mr. Dellinger to refer this to the Planning Commission for their consideration. We'll take a vote here, and I'm okay with a voice vote, since we're not approving the subdivision, we're referring it to the Planning Commission for further review.
Comments and debate on the motion.
Yeah, okay, and based on the motion, we can have some more discussion, more questions, and this time it's Mr. Vance's turn to start at his end about further discussion or questions or comments you'd like to be part of the record related to referring this to the Planning Commission.
Yes, in reference to this particular project relative to how it's laid out, the overall scheme and knowing and familiarity with the plots that are under consideration for the development, have concerns about the frontage that's being left there and not being totally built out to take advantage of the property that's currently available. I would just say, I believe it could have been a more fuller plan, more thought out, but that gives me concern there, and also the location of the entrance is a concern in close proximity to the Vance Elementary School. The relocation of that probably, in my mind, without any analysis, would have been better served to have it a little further away from the school because of the known school traffic that's coming through there now and that will continue to come through. But those are my concerns for the record.
Thank you. Mr. Dellinger, comments, further questions?
Yeah, just to get some clarification from staff on the number of required entrances and exits from the property. It seems like even without the Hearst connection, with the two main connections and two stubs, that exceeds the requirement for that size of a development. Is that correct?
Yes, and I can double check that, but I definitely believe that given the number of units that they are meeting the required connections, the Hearst Drive connection is required because it is an existing right-of-way, and anytime there is an existing right-of-way, public right-of-way, a connection must be made. So it's sort of outside of the threshold of the number of units requiring access points, and just because it is an existing right-of-way.
So I'll make this like separate observation, but that's probably something we need to revisit as a council, is that in our UDO is that requirement of connectivity. We've seen this at Wynn Road. We dealt with this over in Cloverdale. And the reason in Cloverdale, adjacent to Raleigh, one of the issues was that Cloverdale was a neighborhood too that didn't have sidewalks. It was not designed to modern standards. And so adding additional traffic into the neighborhood is dangerous because people are used to walking on the streets, and you fundamentally change the character of the neighborhood when you reduce that walkability of the neighborhood. So I think as we push to Planning Commission, kind of get more information on what we can do. I know we've done gates before. There are other scenarios over Greenbrier. There was a townhome community where we did some interventions there to mitigate those traffic issues. So I think with the ample number of connections they have, meeting the standard without that one, yet still understanding the importance of connectivity for emergency purposes, there may be another way we can address that connection, and hopefully we can send some of that information to Planning Commission when they review it. That would be great. That's my only comment.
Thank you. Ms. Behringer, comments?
Just one, I realize that the intersection at 1010 and 401 is nearly 2 miles away, but that intersection, if I'm not mistaken, is already a level service F, and this traffic will add to that. Something that we need to look at seriously to see how we can make improvements there, because that's a nightmare as it is, and we don't want to make it worse.
Thank you. Mr. Singleton.
Follow up on conversation on the connection at Hearst. We made Wynn Road a one-way road, and we did the same in Greenbrier. Were any of those done with emergency access where the police, fire, rescue could get in there and access it? Do we do any of that, or
We did not make Wind Road one way, we went one way out.
one way out, not one way
Is that
in?
correct? Or is it two-way in and out?
It's, Wind Road is one way in, the new subdivision cannot come out Wind Road.
They can't come out, but the access, but there's not a, we don't have one of the arm, security arm there for access for police, fire, and rescue. That was, the access is allowed just one way. It just says do not enter from the other way out.
Correct. Gates and arms, even with activators for emergency vehicles, are typically not allowed by NCDOT for public roads.
All right. Okay.
And if I may add, to the extent that any Raleigh utilities come through, water or sewer, they do not allow gates on over those lines. Well, or the gate that they would allow is prohibitively expensive and impractical to use.
All right. All right, thank you.
Hey, Mr. Matthews.
Nothing direct. I think some good points have been brought up here, and I think once the Planning Commission gets this project, they'll look at it even more in detail, and so if provisions or changes need to be made, that'll give the applicant time to address those, hopefully before it comes back up for us, and we'll see where it goes. So this is my comment.
Thank you. I think this has been a successful public hearing. We have generated a lot of information from our planning staff that's transmitted to us, the applicant, the engineers, the designers there, the neighbors. We've heard that the council member have raised lots of important questions and issues. I think I'll take this opportunity to voice my opinion, even though I don't have a vote. I have some reservations about the right-of-way. That's not being settled at this point. There's some steps being taken, but I know what a real obstacle that can be later on in the future to collect the rest of the right-of-ways other than the one little street that touches it. The bulk of this community is not being served by that road. There'll be other roads. I have concerns. I want to make part of the record going to the Planning Commission for their review. Can we address the right-of-way? Also, I'm going to make the comment, as I was talking earlier about the old couple building a home, I wasn't really talking about this subdivision. But every subdivision I look at, I think about, are we going to meet the minimum requirements? And clearly the staff has vetted that. The question that we'll continue to ask ourselves in the Planning Commission, are we looking at our dream book? Are we moving ahead? Are we really going in the right direction? With each and every project, we have the ability to regulate a little bit. So that will be the ongoing question. Not does it meet the minimum requirements, does it help us achieve our dream of having a better community for everybody in many different ways? That'll be the question that will be addressed by Planning Commission and ultimately by this board when it comes back to us in due time. So if there's no further questions or comments, there is a motion and a second to refer this to the Planning Commission. I think we'll go ahead and take a voice vote at this point. All in favor of referring this project to the Planning Commission, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, passes unanimously to refer this to the Planning Commission with the information that's been gathered from the neighbors and the testimony of the applicant and the issues raised by the council members here today. Thank all of you for your patience in working through a very complex issue. Thank all of you. Okay. Now, this brings us along to something that's not a public hearing. It's an SUP, and it is a public hearing. It involves a special use permit. Okay. And this, just to kind of reiterate where we are on this one, we're going to turn to our staff person here this evening to talk about this, Mr. Nick Tefelsky, our Development Review Manager. And Nick, if you could give us a little background on the project here known as Yeargan Road Apartments.
So, Mr. Mayor, you need to read the preamble information about the quasi-judicial proceeding, and we'll need all persons who intending to speak during this to be sworn in the back of the room by the the Assistant Town Attorney.
Thank you. My fingers stuck the pages together. Let me read the disclaimer here. On the advice of my attorney, I'm going to read the disclaimer. The following public hearing involves an application for a special use permit, which is a quasi-judicial hearing. Each council member is required to disclose whether he or she is, number one, a fixed opinion prior to the hearing that is not subject to change. Two, had any ex parte communications. Three, has any close familiar business or other association or relationship with an affected person. Or four, a financial interest in the outcomes of the case. This is a fact-finding hearing, and only competent material and substantial evidence that is not repetitive is allowed. Only expert witnesses based on training and experience may testify as to the impacts on property values, traffic safety, or noise levels. All persons wishing to testify or provide comments must be sworn in by the Assistant Town Attorney. And as you can see, our law followers and rule followers have already proceeded back there, signed in the back corner, and apparently have gotten sworn in for their testimony. If anyone missed, now's your time. Okay. The staff report is offered as evidence in the case and will be accepted into the record unless an objection is raised by the applicant or another person while standing. So finally, you made productive use of my reading the disclaimer as y'all got sworn in. Thank you. Back to you, Nick.
Thank you for that very adequate stalling. I appreciate it. For the record, Nick Tefelsky, Development Review Manager. The item before you this evening is SUP SP 2305. It's the Yeargan Road Apartments. Just at a glance here, this is, as the mayor said, a special use permit application request from Patrick Wade for 257 apartment units in three buildings. The square footage totals just under 296,000 square feet, and it's currently 3 parcels that'll be recombined into one. Total acreage is about 10.7 acres. The property is currently zoned CMX, commercial mixed use, and the property is currently vacant. The property is already within the town of Garner, and there are utilities available on adjacent rights of way. I'll go into more detail on that later. And this site is surrounded by a mix of uses, including other apartments across the street. The site is on the edge of a neighborhood activity center, and that is also adjacent to 2 community activity centers, one to the northwest and then one to the southeast. The land character typology is identified in the comprehensive plan as a mixed-use center, and the development intensity map has this identified as a level 3 area to enhance. There were 2 neighborhood meetings for this as required by the UDO. A total of 372 properties were notified, and that first neighborhood meeting was in September of last year, and the second was in June of this year. Between those 2 meetings, 7 people attended, and the full information about that meeting, including a summary, is available in the packet with the staff report. So this is the proposed site plan. Again, it's a 10.7 acre site. They're proposing 3 multifamily apartment buildings, and these buildings will be 4 stories. The main amenity will be in the southern building, which is the pool and the fitness center, and the leasing office will be in, I believe, the middle building. For stormwater, this is located in the water supply watershed protection area, so it's subject to water quantity and quality requirements. They'll also be making a nitrogen offset payment for that, and to manage stormwater on the site, they are constructing 2 stormwater ponds. The site is currently partially wooded, and so they'll be meeting their buffer requirements with a combination of existing vegetation and supplemental plantings. And for this site, with the amount of tree coverage on it that's being maintained, they're maintaining 6.3% of the total site with tree coverage. And so to meet the requirements of the UDO, they have to reach 19.5%. They will be planting an additional 14.3%, which brings that total up to 20.6, which, as you can see, exceeds that requirement of the UDO. There will also be street trees planted where they're not already trees. And the east and west property lines will have a 15-foot type A buffer. The lighting is very straightforward. Staff does not have any concerns. It meets the requirements of the UDO based on the photometric plan that was submitted by the applicant. We're not anticipating any light spillover onto adjacent properties. And then street lighting will be installed along US Highway 70 and Yeargan Road. For the building design, the UDO has a few different requirements here. One of which is materials. The facade of these buildings exceeds that minimum requirement for the amount of brick, so it exceeds the 50% requirement. The other is regarding the amount of transparency and glazing, has to do with windows and the amount of window frontage on the buildings. It exceeds that requirement as well. For the parking, within the UDO requires 1.6 spaces per unit, plus an additional 1 space for every 8 units. So based on the UDO, they're required to have 443 spaces, and they are providing 448. There's also bicycle parking that they're providing on site as well. And then again, for fire access, no concerns were raised during the technical review committee review. They have sufficient turn radius and spacing of hydrants throughout the site. For utilities, as I previously mentioned, they are available along adjacent rights-of-way. There's an existing 8-inch water line along US Highway 70, an existing 8-inch sewer line along Yeargan Road, and Raleigh has reviewed this, and it meets their policies and regulations. For transportation, again, this project is located along US Highway 70, so it has very close access to a major method of travel. Frontage improvements will be made along US 70 and Yeargan Road, including right-of-way dedication, sidewalk, and curb and gutter, as well as those street lights previously mentioned. The applicant will also be installing a left-hand turn lane for southbound traffic on Yeargan Road to help with access to the site. And then the point of access on US Highway 70 is a right in, right out only, which should reduce some of the conflict points, reduce any risk of traffic accidents. And then the sidewalks, gutters, et cetera, that they're proposing to install all meet the UDO requirements as well as the engineering manual specifications. There are no significant environmental or cultural resources identified on site. There is a small stream on site, which is being preserved by the applicant, and they're highlighting it as a feature via a pedestrian walkway. So TRC's findings and recommendations, the technical review committee found that it meets the regulations of the UDO, so long as the 6 conditions that are on the screen are applied and adhered to. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, happy to go over any of those conditions if there are questions. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
If there's no questions so far, we can come back to the staff and we'll be glad to hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Worth Mills with Longleaf Law Partners, here on behalf of Blue Heron, who is the special use permit applicant and the developer of this proposed project. Kevin Wade and Marcos Vidal are representatives of Blue Heron. They are here this evening. Also joining us are Marty Bizzle and Gary Walston. Marty is an engineer, Gary a landscape architect, both with B&K Engineers. Nick Kirkland is our appraiser with Kirkland Appraisals LLC. JD Bond and Lindsay Kretschman are here as our expert architect witnesses from Klein Design Associates. Reinald Stevenson, traffic engineer with DRMP, is here to review the TIA that was conducted. And Walter Cole, an environmental consultant with S&ME Inc., is here to answer any questions you may have about environmental mitigations. This is sort of a lengthy presentation, so I wanted to sort of give you a preview of how we laid this out. So I'll turn it over to the applicant shortly to give some background on their work in the area and their plans for this site. I'll then come back and review the existing conditions and the existing zoning. Our engineers and our architects will then take you through the site plan, the building elevations, and some of the building renderings that we have. And then from there, we can move into the special use permit standards and provide our expert testimony to make sure that we are satisfying each of those standards. So again, just to provide an overview, these are 3 properties in the eastern quadrant of the Yeargan Road and Highway 70 intersection. They're located between the Napa Auto Parts and the Wyatt Quarles Seed Company warehouse, which is to our east. We are across the street from the recently constructed Bluebird on 70 apartments across Yeargan Road. You can see that area as cleared out on the screen. We have street frontage along both Yeargan Road and Highway 70. We have over 750 feet of frontage on each of those roadways. We are zoned commercial mixed use today, so this project did not come before Town Council as a Tier 2 conditional zoning request, so I want to make sure that we give you a full background on what the plans are and what this community is proposed to look like. And the SUP itself is to permit the upwards of 257 units within this community. Now, Kevin Wade will come up and speak about Blue Heron's work and their plans for this site.
Thank you, Worth. My name is Kevin Wade. I'm with Blue Heron Asset Management, the applicant. As Worth said, it's a longer presentation, so I'll be very brief, respect of your time. Leave it to the experts to speak more specifically about the project itself, but wanted to introduce Blue Heron and talk a little bit about the context here. Blue Heron is a local company. Our team is based in Raleigh. We've been in business since 2011. We invest primarily in locally in North Carolina. We've been involved in the development and ownership of over 2,700 units in the Raleigh-Durham area. That includes Bluebird on 70 Apartments, which is right across the street from this, and which Worth just mentioned. To make sure there's no confusion about how this project relates to Bluebird on 70 across the street, I thought I'd just share a couple of points. First, though we built and own Bluebird on 70, we didn't become involved in that process as a company until near the start of construction and after the design work was complete. So we couldn't take full credit or ownership over the design of that project. I bring that up because we've heard from staff that there may be concerns among some folks about the architectural design of Bluebird on 70. Fortunately, on this project, we are in a position to address those types of concerns, and we've been working with our architects and our design teams now for more than a year to ensure that the community that we're building here is more elevated, thoughtful, and distinct in design than Bluebird on 70. It's going to feature enclosed interior corridors and will have elevator service to every apartment in the property. I, along with the rest of the development team, are here obviously to answer any questions and clarify anything we possibly can about the project. So just wanted to thank you for your time tonight, and I'll pass it back to Worth to get into the details of our plan and the SUP request.
Just to provide some additional background on this site, the 10.7 acres are mostly wooded today. There are larger, more mature trees along the frontages of 70 and Yeargan Road, with younger trees within the interior of the site. There is a Duke Energy easement that runs from Yeargan Road to the eastern boundary of the site. You can see the easement area there based on the cleared land from Yeargan over to that eastern boundary. And again, you can see the Duke Energy easement there. There is some noose riparian buffers in the southwest corner of that sort of hatched shaded area. And I'll also point your attention to the existing stream that runs sort of east to west through our site and into that Neuse River riparian buffer area. This is a view from Highway 70 looking north towards the Yeargan Road intersection, the adjacent warehouse building. You can see it there on the right-hand side of the screen. That red brick is visible there. Another view from 70, this time looking southeast, and you can see the Napa Auto Parts on the left-hand side of the screen and their driveway off of Highway 70. This is an existing street view from Yeargan Road, and this is the section that is cleared with that Duke Energy easement. And then finally, another street view from the intersection of Highway 70 and Yeargan Road. These properties and many others along Yeargan Road and along Highway 70 are zoned commercial mixed use. The warehouse next door to our east is zoned light industrial, as are the industrial properties to our north along Mechanical Boulevard. There is a pocket of R2 zone properties on the northern side of Yeargan Road. Based on research via iMaps, it appears that all of those properties are in investor properties. And the Bluebird on 70 site is zoned multifamily A conditional use. That's the orange shaded area across Yeargan Road. The CMX zoning district permits the multifamily more than 4 units an acre use. By right, the SUP will just allow us to build over 200 units within this site plan. And now Marty Bizzle will walk you through a detailed site plan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Marty Bizzle. I'm a civil engineer with Bassix and Kennedy Engineers in Raleigh, 6310 Chapel Hill Road. I appreciate Nick's presentation, and he stole a lot of my thunder, but I would like to walk through the site plan that's before you tonight and maybe add a little more detail and answer some potential questions. But as worth mentioned, the site is located near the intersection of Yeargan Road and Highway 70. We are proposing 3 apartment buildings, as you see on the screen, A, B, and C, with 2 access drives, one on Yeargan Road and one on US Highway 70. Our water and sewer, as you well know, would be supplied by the city of Raleigh. They have reviewed the plans and had asked us to do a downstream capacity analysis for sewer. We did that, and the city of Raleigh has determined there's adequate sewer capacity for the project. As far as stormwater management, we are proposing 2 wet ponds that will be designed and constructed according to the town of Garner and North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality standards, and they would be designed to handle the water quality aspects of the UDO as well as the attenuate various storms, but up to the 100-year storm. Our parking, we are exceeding the minimum parking standards. The UDO requires 443. We're proposing 448. 43 proposed bicycle spaces and 12 EV charging stations. And I would also like to point out there are 32 guest parking spots as well. Regarding our open space, our required open space is 10% of our property, which would be 1.06 acres. We are providing 1.77 acres, which is a little over 16% of the site in open space. Our active open space requirement is 0.27 acres, and we are providing 0.52 acres. Our tree cover, as was mentioned earlier, we are at 21.1%, which is 2.23 acres of tree canopy that will be provided. And that will be in concert with what's existing in addition to some planting. As far as landscaping along the east and west property lines, there will be a 15-foot type A buffer. And we plan to utilize the existing vegetation as much as possible, especially along the western side. All of that would be remain natural. In the areas that does not meet the UDO requirements, we would be supplementing the natural vegetation with additional plantings. I also wanted to mention that there will be 2 street yard plantings along Yeargan Road and US Highway 70, and a landscape easement along those to accommodate those plantings. Also wanted to mention we have done a tree survey, and especially along US Highway 70, and you'll see on some of the renderings that the architects are going to present to you tonight that we are trying to maintain as much of that existing vegetation along Highway 70 as possible. US 70 currently is a 200-foot right-of-way, and we can actually add our improvements and also maintain some of that existing vegetation, and that is what we are proposing to do. I did want to point out at one of our neighborhood meetings, in fact, our first neighborhood meeting, a lady, Mrs. Sanchez, came, and she was with the World Church on Yeargan Road, and she was concerned about the buffering along the eastern property line. And since that meeting, and since we talked to Ms. Sanchez, we have actually added, gone from a 15-foot buffer to a 25-foot landscape area along that western property line. And we have actually moved the building, which would be Building B, we've actually moved that away from the property line, approximately 72 feet. So we feel like we have addressed Ms. Sanchez's concerns. And lastly, we are providing curb gutter sidewalk and a exclusive right turn lane on Highway 70 along the entire frontage. And also on Yeargan Road, we will be widening Yeargan Road to a half of a 49-foot back-to-back section with curb gutter and sidewalk, which would meet the town's major collector standard. And with that, I'll be here after the presentation for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Lindsay Kretschmann, architect with Klein Design. I'm here to talk about some of the important design features that have gotten us to this plan that you see today. First, I want to talk about what you heard from Kevin Wade of Blue Heron. They're a repeat client of ours. They're very design focused and very thoughtful about placemaking. So much so that they assembled this experienced design team and had us study the site 4 and 5 times to get to where we are now. So the constraints that Marty kind of outlined and that Nick talked about with the stream and the ponds and the distribution lines running through the site led us to a design process that started with our green spaces. And the building placement came after that. So we've decided, instead of just checking the box with the stream and the ponds and all of that, we've decided to enhance them so that they add to the experience as you're walking through and driving through the site. We've also added green spaces in the parking areas to break up the parking, which is different than the typical surface parked apartments that you typically see with large fields of parking in front of a building. After we laid out those green spaces, we were left with the space in between where the buildings were placed. And they were placed to create a balance between enhancing those natural features and also holding the urban edge along Yeargan and 70 to create a real place, both internally and externally. So next, I'm gonna see if I know how to use this to go to the next slide. Yes, okay. Next, I'm going to move on to some of our building elevations to talk about the architectural design. The building placement here is the building C next to the pool courtyard, and we've created the building footprints of each building are different because they're addressing the exact context of where they are on the site to address both the street and internal active spaces. We worked with staff on the architectural language of these buildings. You can see that the massing is broken up to create more vertical proportions. So the roof articulation is broken up vertically, and there are also changes in plane. We've also added this large overhang element to define the top of the building. This helps to, instead of it being overly modern, it's more of a contemporary design that has classic proportions and has an appropriate top to the building, which is better relates to the context around it. Let's see. I think I'm going to move through our elevations pretty quickly. We've included these here just so that you can see how we've addressed the UDO concerns on every elevation of the building. We have met or exceeded the masonry requirement on every facade, which is 50%, but you can see that it appears to be a much more than 50% masonry because we brought that to the prominent portions of the building. So you really get the quality materials, the large glass and the masonry on most views of the buildings. The other important aspect I mentioned was the roof articulation, making sure we're meeting and exceeding the UDO on all elevations. You're not going to see just a long flat plane with no articulation at the roof. We do have flat roofs on these buildings. That is intentional because of the constraints of the site and how we wanted to preserve the green space. We wanted to get all of the HVAC units off of the ground so that you can really appreciate the green spaces. So they are screened. That provided the challenge of the roof articulation with a flat roof building, but I think working with staff, we've gotten to something that feels really nice in scale. All right. Next, you're seeing this is a section through Building C, the pool courtyard, the pool pavilion, and then out to 70. And then you can see that pool pavilion there in the 3D rendering. We've worked extensively on this active exterior space. It's thoughtfully designed. Every single inch of this is being used for a specific purpose, for fitness or a fire pit or an extension of the lounge and the pool itself. And the pool pavilion creates a buffer along with the enhanced landscape buffer behind it from 70 so that some of the noise is screened and visually 70 is screened. One more thing before I turn it back to Worth is that you can see in this slide what appears to be the path through the building. We've included exterior passageways through Building A and C so that we can provide that pedestrian boardwalk that Nick mentioned across the stream so that you get views from the leasing office connecting to all these active spaces around the entire site. So it is a purposeful community that connects all these spaces together. All right, I'll turn it back over.
So now that we have properly oriented you to the project, we'll now move through the individual special use permit standards. The first standard being that the proposed use will not endanger the public health or safety. For my purposes of this standard, I want to talk about the mix of uses that you see within the immediate area on the photo on the left-hand side of the screen. Just within a mile of this site, you have a large variety of different types of uses. You have residential uses. You have different types of residential uses with the single family south of 70 in our site. We have the apartments at Bluebird on 70 across the street from us on Yeargan Road. We have commercial uses along Highway 70 and to our southwest at the Target Shopping Center. We have industrial uses to our east and to our north along Mechanical Drive. So these are the types of uses that are best located near denser residential development. These new homes provide new customers, new potential for existing businesses, and help to attract new businesses to the area given the new number of rooftops that they could feasibly serve. So with regard to the use type and endangering public health or safety in that way, I think it's quite the opposite. I think this is going to be something that is very additive to the immediate community and the immediate area. In terms of the site access, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Stevenson here in just a second, but I did want to note that we have driveway access along Highway 70 as a right in, right out. We have 2 driveways along Yeargan Road to provide that optionality for residents depending on which way they're looking to travel. So we think that that also improves our public health and safety as well by not limiting drivers to a certain road or a certain movement. That being said, I will turn it over to Mr. Reinald Stevenson, traffic engineer with GarnerNC, who will review the TIA and its findings and recommendations.
Good evening, Reinald Stevenson with GarnerNC. Address is 5808 Farrington Place in Raleigh. And I am a professional engineer in the state of North Carolina. I've been practicing the civil engineering and traffic engineering in particular for over 20 years. Our firm did prepare a traffic impact analysis for this development, and the exhibit on the screen is showing you the study area of that TIA. We went to sort of the northeast to West Garner Road. We did cross over 70 and pick up the Coldwater Drive Yeargan intersection. And then we also went as far kind of west or northwest as the Timber Drive intersection. And the study was prepared according to typical DOT and Town of Garner guidelines. They were involved in the scoping of the TIA and the assumptions therein. So this is just kind of a lot of summary information on the TIA, but the site itself is a relatively speaking, a low traffic generator for a development that would require a TIA. It's not a significant traffic generator. When you distribute the traffic out to the surrounding roadways, I think it is important, as you've heard, we do have multiple driveways. In particular, the driveway on the 70 really helps to distribute the traffic and give them multiple options and alternatives to enter and exit the site. You've also heard that there are some improvements that are being proposed or required as part of this development. A left turn lane on Yeargan Road will help to get traffic entering the site out of the through lanes on Yeargan Road to allow traffic to continue moving there. You also heard, this was actually not part of the TIA, but there's a right turn lane that's going to be constructed on US 70. We did not identify that as needed or required based on the analysis results in the TIA, but that is something that is going to be done above and beyond the TIA. And the reason why we didn't look at that in there was the intersections were all operating at the same levels of service with the site built out as without the site built out. So under no build conditions, the intersections were all operating the same as under build conditions. And even with some of the extra improvement on US 70, it'll even make certainly that driveway intersection work better than in the TIA. And this is just a graphic from the TIA, and the colored lanes there are the new lanes or improvements that are being proposed or required as part of the development. We should note that the improvements in green on the screen, the widening of Yeargan to provide a 3-lane section has been done. So that improvement is in place. So the red left turn lane on Yeargan at our site access that has the 50 feet on it, that would just be an extension of that 3-lane section that has recently been completed. And then, as I noted earlier, just previously too, you'll see down in the sort of the lower right part at site, what we're calling site access 1, that is on US 70. It is a right in, right out. The TIA did not show a right turn lane would be needed to make it operate. However, that right turn lane is going to be constructed. So that'll make that intersection work even better. So with the traffic study and the analysis of the traffic study, the development is not expected to have endanger health or safety.
Now turning our attention to Special Use Permit Standard 2, the proposed use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Nick Kirkland, who you will hear from in just a moment, who is a licensed appraiser with Kirkland Appraisals LLC, performed a property value impact analysis for the Yeargan Road Apartments, sort of a two-pronged analysis that he performed. First, whether the development would substantially injure the value of adjoining property, and second, whether the development will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the area. His sales data focused on single-family housing as a quote-unquote canary in the coal mine, given that single-family housing is more sensitive to these adjoining uses than either commercial or industrial uses. His conclusions, which I will recite now, but I'll let him go into more detail. The proposed development is consistent with the zoning and nearby uses. There is no basis for any negative impacts to adjoining property values, and the proposed use will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the area. That being said, I'd like to welcome Mr. Kirkland up to review in more detail his analysis and the findings therein.
I apologize. To begin, I actually need to be sworn in. I stepped out of the room when the swearing had occurred.
Say again, please.
I just need to be sworn in.
Oh, well, we don't want to miss an opportunity to be sworn in.
Yeah,
Please retreat to the far corner there and complete your swearing in.
Take a break at 8.
Yes. Thank you for helping us go by the letter of the law.
Apologies. So yes, thanks to Worth for the introduction. My name is Nick Kirkland with Kirkland Appraisals. I'm a state certified general appraiser in North Carolina, as well as 7 other states. I'm a candidate for designation with the Appraisal Institute. I've been accepted as an expert in property value impacts at hearings just like this hundreds of times, including before this board about half a dozen times. What we were asked to do is to first look at the nearby area and determine whether or not this would be a typical location for a site such as this based on the zoning and the future land use plan, as well as look for sales of homes next to apartment uses to determine whether or not there would be an impact to the existing homes or to any other property for development of this apartment use. And finally, whether or not the proposed development would be in harmony with the area in which it's proposed to be located. So just to begin, as can be seen on the screen and has been mentioned a number of times, that there are various zonings that adjoin this: commercial, industrial, multifamily, and single family. The only potential one that could receive any negative impacts from a development like this would be the single family residential dwellings. And we do have research, and I'm about to go into that, but just as an aside, the future land use plan does call for those to not be a single family residential use in the future. To that end, though, I'd like to just briefly discuss several examples of what we looked at within Garner, as well as 2 examples out of Fuquay of apartments next to single family homes and subdivisions, and just briefly discuss what we found. This is just to the southwest. This has homes about 265 feet on average from the closest from building to building, from apartments to the homes. We did not identify any sales that adjoined the any home sales that adjoined the apartments in order to do any analysis to determine whether or not there was a potential impact. Flipping to the Brian Woods apartments, we did identify 2 sales. This is also on US 70. The first sale was adjoining parcel 6, and then the second was adjoining parcel 7. So when we find an adjoining sale, what we're able to do is called a paired sale or matched pair analysis. This involves comparing a home that's sold right next to an apartment use with other nearby homes that were not next to that apartment use, and more importantly, not next to other uses that may potentially impact value, but similar homes that are nearby that are only next to other single family homes, to determine whether or not the apartments that are proposed would have an impact similar to whether or not those had an impact. So for the first one, the parcel 6, it sold for 10% less than the nearby homes. This indicates a mild negative, and it was about 93 feet away from building to building. Parcel 7, right next door, sold for about 4% more than the nearby houses, and this was a bit further away at 130 feet. Continuing on to the next data point that we have, these are the newer Evolve apartments that are just off of Timber at 50, and the closest homes to this one are about 180 feet away. We did not identify any adjoining sales to do a match pair analysis for these. The next ones that we looked at are by 401 and 1010, and these are the villages at McCullers Walk. There are a lot of houses there, but we didn't identify any of the single-family homes that sold to do a match pair analysis. A number of these that could have sold also either adjoining townhomes or they back up to 1010 Road, which might have been an impactor, and so we can't use those. However, the closest homes tend to average at about 195 feet from building to building. The next ones that I'd like to look at are the village at Marquis Station. These are on 401 on the outskirts of Fuquay. We identified a home that sold adjoining parcel 7, as well as a home that sold adjoining parcel 9, which are on the northwest side there. Adjoining parcel 7 sold, it was about 87 feet from structure to structure. That one sold for 19% more than other nearby dwellings, so indicating a potential positive for being next to apartments. Looking at the adjoining parcel 9, this one was 95 feet away and sold for approximately 2% more. Finally, we also looked at just off Judd Parkway, another set of apartments that has been developed. There are single-family homes approximately 190 feet away from the adjoining apartments. Overall, the proposed use is consistent with the nearby zoning districts and uses. For the proposed project, there are no homes closer than 150 feet. The average and median of the matched pairs that we found was a positive 4% for average, positive 3% for median, and focusing just on the two indications, excluding the outliers of negative 10% and positive 19%, shows positive 2 and positive 4%. Therefore, based on this information, it's my professional opinion that the proposed development will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property. Additionally, the proposed development is located in a similar location to a number of these existing apartment uses in the area, and therefore the proposed development, it's my professional opinion that the proposed development will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the area. And at the end, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Hey, thank you.
Let's see. Turning our attention to Special Use Permit Standard 3. If completed as proposed, the development will comply with all requirements of this ordinance. This is pretty straightforward. We are not asking for any other type of quasi-judicial relief, either from this council or from the Board of Adjustment as a variance. We are meeting or exceeding all of the relevant UDO requirements associated with this plan. We are exceeding our open space standards. We're designing a stormwater facility to treat for the 100-year storm. We're exceeding our tree canopy coverage requirements with both new and existing plantings, and we're providing more parking than is required. Now to Special Use Permit Standard 4. The proposed use is consistent with the town's adopted transportation plans, other relevant adopted plans and policies, and the stated purpose and intent of this UDO. The fact that the use is permitted under certain circumstances in the zoning district creates a rebuttable presumption that the proposed use is in harmony with the intent of the UDO as it relates to the general zoning plan. So just to review some of the relevant plans and policies for this site, the 2018 Garner Transportation Plan does not show any new roads through this site, but we are making those improvements, as both Mr. Bizzle and Mr. Stevenson noted, along both Highway 70 and Yeargan Road, consistent with that transportation plan. In a Parks and Rec master plan, there was an identification of Highway 70 as a greenway corridor. You can see the amount of existing tree cover and supplemental plantings that we have shown along Highway 70 to create a vegetative buffer from cars to development, while also trying to bring those buildings as close to the street as possible to create that sense of space. The Swift Creek Land Management Plan shows a portion of that small stream in the southwest corner as a riparian buffer. And again, we are providing the 50-foot riparian buffer area around that, as well as a lot of vegetated areas along the western boundary with our shared boundary line with the Napa Auto Parts. Just two other plans that I did want to touch on, those being the character typology map and the Garner forward framework map. The character typology map on the left-hand side shows this property as being within a mixed-use area, which is land that offers the opportunity to solve broader economic, entertainment, and housing needs in the community. And apartments are the first housing type that is recommended within those areas. On the right-hand side, the Garner forward framework map. The property is on the boundary of a neighborhood activity center. Apartments are the first housing type listed in the range of housing to be located in a neighborhood activity center. The new housing itself is important to support the existing commercial uses along Highway 70, as well as those that are planned within the immediate area, specifically at West Garner and Yeargan Road. And the site is also between two community activity centers, which call for a mix of uses that serve nearby neighborhoods. Again, adding rooftops, adding more people in between these areas is only going to entice or persuade new commercial development to serve the needs of those residents. And while I don't have a map shown, there is also the development and intensity change map. This is an area to enhance, which encourages small to medium improvements over long term to keep up with changing conditions and benefits to strategic infill development. I think that's exactly what this case is, strategic infill development to, again, meet the housing needs for Garner, as well as to bolster the clientele of existing commercial businesses nearby. The adopted land planning policies encourage dense residential development in this area, which will help spur that additional commercial development to conveniently serve these residents. And for those reasons, we believe that this plan is consistent with the town's adopted policies. Moving now to Special Use Permit Standard 5, the proposed use is compatible with adjacent uses and proximate neighborhood in terms of building, scale, site design, buffering and screening, and operating characteristics, which include hours of operation, traffic generation, lighting, noise, odor, dust, and other external impacts. And I did want to go back to the mix of uses that you see on the left-hand screen, or the left side of your screen, and you can find a lot of them. You've got the single family farthest south with the Woodridge and the Sunset Acres subdivisions. We have industrial and commercial uses to the east. We have more industrial uses farther north. We have apartments immediately north across Yeargan Road. We have medical and retail uses to the west, and just off the screen is Garner High School, a civic use. The proposed apartment use here fits seamlessly into the existing variety of land uses in the immediate area. As I mentioned again, brings more potential customers to existing businesses along Highway 70 in these collector streets, and it invites additional commercial development in the future. Mr. Stevenson reviewed the TIA findings, the recommended street improvements, those improvements that are above and beyond the recommendations of the TIA, and the acceptable levels of service at each studied intersection. So for those reasons, we do feel that the proposed use is compatible in terms of proximate neighborhood, adjacent uses, and now I'm going to have JD Bond with Klein Design come up and review compatibility with regard to the building scale, site design, and those specific features.
All right, good evening, Council. I'm JD Bond, an architect with Klein Design. And in addition to meeting and exceeding the UDO requirements of architectural design, I'm going to present some renderings from different points of view from around the site with the context of Yeargan Road and US 70. So here, this first diagram shows you the intersection of Yeargan and 70 and the scale of the buildings outlined behind the existing tree buffer behind the auto parts store, most of which will be maintained along 70 and behind the auto parts store with additional plantings. And here at the entrance to the site from 70 heading west, you can see how the 4-story building presents itself to the street. The site design, which we went in depth on, it takes advantage of the natural elements. And so the resulting building orientation gave us some design opportunities at these key ends of the building, which are brought forward to the street to welcome residents into the site, and extra attention on the roof articulation at these ends of the buildings and the elevated material palette. So designing for residents coming into the site and also for neighbors and people passing by from the outside of the site. Again, by bringing these key ends of the building close to the street, it creates a variety of scale viewing from 70. The vertical end is the most prominent, with the remainder of the building set back from 70. And this is a comfortable scale given the context surrounding the site. And here at Yeargan Road, looking south, the end of this building is partially set back to intentionally address the street better in its proportion. And additionally, the roof overhangs and wood grain materials with signage opportunity here creates a nice entrance for residents and a better view for people passing by on Yeargan Road. And so these views were kept in mind as we designed multiple iterations of these buildings, and listening to staff concerns and working with the site constraints, we tried to create a purposeful place for both the residents and neighbors passing by from outside of the project. Thank you for your time.
And so for the reasons stated by myself and Mr. Bond, we think that as it relates to special use permit standard 5, the proposed use is compatible with adjacent uses and in terms of building scale and site design. Moving to special use permit 6, and I promise we're getting close. Any significant adverse impacts resulting from the use will be mitigated or offset, including impacts on the natural environment. There are two sort of areas that I want to touch on with regard to this special use permit standard. The first being traffic impacts. As we have mentioned, we have a total of 3 access points, 1 on Highway 70 and 2 on Yeargan Road. Those multiple driveways on multiple streets are going to give residents and guests more options to enter and exit the site, and the ability to do so in a more efficient fashion. With regard to environmental impacts, we are buffering that southwest corner of the site that NC.DEQ has jurisdiction over, and as is shown on the Swift Creek Land Management Plan. In addition to that required buffer area, we're showing a large buffer along the entire western boundary. We are enhancing our buffer to the eastern boundary per our neighbor's request at the first neighborhood meeting. We have additional buffers along Highway 70 as well. And the stormwater ponds are located near our site's lowest point and near that existing stream, where they will collect and treat runoff before discharging that water into the stream. And again, those ponds will be designed to treat for the 100-year flood event. Again, just to reiterate the work that this development is responsible for, as well as the improvements that have been completed by Bluebird on 70. When you take all of that into consideration, the Yeargan Road and Highway 70 intersection is forecasted to remain at an acceptable level of service and at a similar level of service to the no-build scenario that Mr. Stevenson analyzed. With regard to environmental mitigation, NCDEQ completed a review of the site and determined that the area subject to the Neuse River stream buffer requirements is that small area in the southwest corner noted with the yellow star. The development is providing the appropriate buffer for that area, and as I mentioned, including heavy landscaping along the western boundary, as we've shown on the enhanced site plan many times. There are 2 small areas subject to Army Corps of Engineering regulations, those 2 small areas in green. We are developing over those areas, but those areas and that development is subject to wetland mitigation regulations and fees that are paid either to a private mitigation bank or to the NCDEQ Division of Mitigation Services, which is a fairly common procedure in this area. I did want to note as well that this is not the first site plan that Blue Heron submitted to the town. Over the last 2 years, they have done extensive work in reshaping the building placement and the building layout to go from a design that was laid over that stream to a design that is now highlighting and promoting that stream as a natural area that spans almost the entire length of the site going east-west. So again, just wanted to give them their credit for turning what some people might view as a liability and creating an asset for the residents that move in here. Special use permit standard 7. The public safety, transportation, and utility facilities and services will be available to serve the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service for existing development. Again, we went over the TIA results and the acceptable levels of service that are estimated based on this development and the recommendations of the TIA. In the staff report, it's noted that the emergency response vehicles and the fire department have reviewed this site plan, and the site plan meets the turning radius requirements for those vehicles. The City of Raleigh has reviewed this plan for water and sewer capacity and has found that there is sufficient capacity of both water and sewer to serve this site. And the final special use permit standard, number 8, adequate assurances of continuing maintenance have been provided. The open space areas are going to be maintained by the ownership group, and if a third-party property management group is hired, they will be responsible for maintaining those common spaces and those amenity areas, and the property owner will be responsible for continued maintenance of the approved stormwater facilities. That concludes my presentation and our team's presentation. I appreciate your attentiveness throughout. I know that was a lot of information. Mayor Gupton, I would just ask if, to essentially make a motion to make sure that all of the presentation materials that are before you today are formally entered into the record. But we are here to answer any questions that you have this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Town Attorney, do we have any individuals signed up to talk tonight?
I don't believe, my understanding is Gary Walston, Walter Cole were also with the development team.
They are with the development team and available if questions come up.
Given that there are no members of the public that wish to speak tonight.
Okay, I think I took an oath early in my career here that we would take a break at 8 o'clock, and I violated that oath. So I'm going to, we'll send you the bill. Okay. But seriously, we do have some further discussion involved here and another step. But I think at this point we will close the public hearing, take a very short 5-minute recess, come back, and then we will resume the discussion and where we go from there. And remind council members we're not talking about this off camera either. So that being said, if you would be back here by 8:15, please.
8:15?
What time is it now?
8:12.
8:12.
8:17. I'm looking at my watch. Thank you all for being so prompt on that very abbreviated but overdue break. We reconvene here. On the advice of my attorney, I'm going to reopen the public hearing because we did want to have more discussion before we get to the point of making a motion in any way. And I'm going to start the conversation just by saying, in my short tenure as mayor, less than a year and a half, this is a rather unusual situation to me in that we are very familiar with seeing rezoning applications that have detailed master plans, etc. This was one, in this case, this land was rezoned a number of years ago. Nobody that I talked to could even remember when it was rezoned. It had been rezoned to a CMX, commercial mixed use, as we've been discussing here. I know that at that time, there was a version of the Garner Forward Comprehensive Plan in place because we have been working on this for 30 years that I have been involved in, and it has evolved through the years. So that was in place at the time. Things change over a number of years, and now we're at a situation where this council is being asked to approve a particular project, and we've had great testimony, great facts. We've addressed many of the key 8 criteria that it takes to get a special use permit, as this usage does. But my opinion, I don't have a vote, but I'm going to voice my opinion, is that I think we've missed the mark on this. I think this is not the right time at the right place. I think that of the 8 criteria for special use permits, this council has not had enough input. It has not made a decision on item number 4. And I feel that the proposed use is not consistent with the town's relevant adopted plans, specifically the Garner Forward Comprehensive Plan, as evidenced by the complete lack of commercial use and also by the lack of diversity in the housing. This is on a major commercial thoroughfare. In fact, at the intersection of 2 different commercial thoroughfares, and to not have any commercial use for it, I feel flies in the face of the Garner Forward Plan. Right on page 58 and 59, it clearly says that CMX you're allowed to have residential, but it's clearly identified to be used for for retail and employment areas. And there's no retail and employment area in this plan or anything else that's to come. If we don't do this one right, how can we do the next one right? My opinion, I don't think it meets item number 4, and I don't think it's the right time or the right place. But saying that, we will have a little more discussion, and I think this time we'll start at Mr. Vance's end and have discussion, comments. We see if we need more questions, information from our applicant or our staff. Mr. Vance.
Oh, yes. For the applicant, why wasn't commercial considered in the planning process in any form or fashion? Why was commercial not considered as part of the plan?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Vance. Blue Heron is a residential developer. All of their projects have been standalone residential uses. We do think that just given the amount of commercially zoned land, along with the existing commercial uses on 70, there's a large Target shopping center, within a mile of this site. There are a number of commercial uses that these residents could quickly either drive, bike, or walk to, that again, sort of as a whole, turn this area of Highway 70 and Yeargan into a mixed-use center. It's not so much that this individual project is creating its own mixed-use center, but taken in the aggregate and looking at this sort of mile-wide area in any direction, we do think that there are a good mix of uses, as we showed on the various Google images as well as the Garner zoning maps.
Yes, and we also understand that this is a major commercial corridor that is currently planned for, with the intersection of Yeargan Road and also 70. That we've seen significant commercial development along that corridor, and to introduce this residential piece, which you can do by just by the zoning, it seems to be somewhat in conflict with what the current uses are on and in that area of the intersection, particularly.
I don't, personally, I don't think they're in conflict. I think they are complementary. A lot of times you have new businesses follow new residences. You have to have a sufficient number of people that can frequent your business, whatever type of business that is, in order to feel confident in locating a new business in a location. And between the apartments across the street with Bluebird on 70, with the additional 257 here that are proposed, as I said, I think that in and of itself will spur additional commercial development, whether it be at Highway 70 in Yeargan, which for all intents and purposes is a very auto-oriented strip right now. That is all car dependent, and you're going to have a lot more car dependency if that is the route that the council wants to take. But the alternative is to set up the activity center to our north at West Garner and Yeargan for new commercial development by bringing more people to that area. And so we think that by bringing those people, although this site does not in and of itself have any commercial uses, it is absolutely beneficial to those commercial uses in the area today, as well as those that Garner has planned for in their character typology map and their Garner Forward Framework maps. Like I said, just a short walk to West Garner and Yeargan intersection.
I'll hold my next question.
Hey, Mr. Dellinger, a question, and if we have to go around a couple of times, we will.
I just want to say that I have one question, but also want to point out the methodical and detailed presentation of the conditions and meeting those conditions and meeting even some of the adverse impacts with regards to the church and the buffering. Those were some of my bigger concerns, and you all have addressed those in this process. I do have just one question, and there's mentioned several times about the preservation of the trees on 70, and they're the hardwoods, and now there was enough right away to do the road improvements to drive in, but and I consulted with the attorney. I was trying to find out where the condition is that would enforce the maintenance of those hardwoods along 70. And that fits into sort of the category of preserving scenic, natural, what is that condition? 4. And so I just didn't see any conditions that would hold the developer accountable to that level of preservation. I saw some replantings and that, but that wasn't sort of what was verbally communicated during the presentation. So.
I appreciate the question. I was listening, just trying to confer with our engineer, and he's going to come up here in just a second. In terms of the trees that will be within the public right-of-way, those will be trees that the developer will no longer have control over. Those will be at the town of Garner's discretion, whether to keep those there or for whatever reason, if there's a need to remove one or multiple trees, then Garner has that ability given that they're within public right-of-way. In terms of the trees along Highway 70 within our property boundaries, I think we would be open to some sort of condition that requires the preservation of those trees, obviously with some exceptions if the health and safety of the tree is at risk or if it's dead or diseased. I would be happy to work with the town attorney on a condition that addresses that concern if that's the will of the council, but that's a good question.
Yeah, it's just we've encountered that sometimes the the presentation doesn't match what hits the ground. I think of Old Stage Road. We had a situation where there was not the preservation, and it wasn't in writing either. And so it was a very drastic change to the corridor. And again, I only bring it up because it was mentioned. I assumed they were all just going to be cut down anyway. But then there was this mention of kind of having enough room to do the turn-ins and then keep that sort of buffer there to keep those hardwoods. And there aren't that many hardwoods on the property. In the interior, it's, like you said, it's very new, young, or whatever. So that's just one of my concerns, is really drastically changing that drive down Highway 70. It jars, it's jarring, and it's again, the preservation of existing canopy should be given preference over replantings.
Yeah,
whenever possible.
And I would say, if, like I said, if necessary, and it requires a condition, whether that can be done tonight or at a future meeting, I would need to speak with the rest of our team just to make sure that we have a clear understanding as to, you know, what we're saving, what we're clearing, and then kind of what falls within the right of way and what falls within the developer's property. I think Marty Bizzle may have some additional context to that question.
Yes, great question, Ms. Dilger. I don't know if you have our full site plan in your packets or not. But we have provided a grading plan as well as a landscape plan that's been submitted as part of this package. And we have actually gone in and graded out for the right turn lane. We have surveyed the trees within the 200-foot right-of-way on our side. And we have basically a strip, if you can visualize it, area that we will not be disturbing to be able to get that right turn lane in. And on our landscape plan, we identify those trees, and we also have shown tree protection fence around that. Obviously, DOT, it's their right of way, but it's our intent to preserve those trees, and we've shown that we can get the improvements in and leave them. So,
okay. And that would, if I could look at that at some point, that would be satisfactory, because I know that ultimately you don't have determination over some of what happens.
Right.
When it comes to DOT. But that's my only question for right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Behringer, comments, questions?
Just a comment. I am disappointed that the commercial aspect was left out of this plan, particularly since that is a commercial corridor. And I don't feel like that our question about that has been satisfactorily answered.
Thank you. That wasn't a question, that was a comment. Will, that wasn't a question.
No, it wasn't a question.
Could I respond to the comment?
Sure.
And I think it can give some additional context to Councilmember Vance's similar question as well. There was a developer that looked at this site for commercial. It's actually the gentleman that owns some of the land along 70 on the north side of Yeargan, sort of between Bluebird and Highway 70. There are a few out parcels over there as well. He looked at the site for commercial uses because of the transmission line easement and the streams and environmental features, found it impractical to proceed with his commercial development there. They were before Blue Heron went under contract to purchase the property. So I can assure you that people absolutely looked at this for commercial, found it to be practically infeasible due to man-made and environmental constraints. And like I said, I understand council's desire to have a true mixed use within the confines of this site, but as I mentioned before, these new homes are only going to benefit the existing businesses in that area and spur new commercial development in the areas that the town wants to see it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Singleton, comments, questions?
Yes, Mr. Mills, and I agree with what the mayor said in his opening comments in regards to this commercial corridor. Mr. Mills, could you get up a couple of slides we can look at? The one was the one with the green and the pink highlighting the amenities. Could you show that for us, please? Or can we get it shown?
See, I might have a...
Should be able to click from there.
It's all good.
Okay, that was it. Okay, so I've got to ask this question with the layout. Why are we back into trash receptacles and recycling facilities back up to Highway 70, buffer or no buffer? And why are we back in the pool up to Highway 70? Because, and I'll get to the next slide that'll address this, this is going to be 6 lanes one day. So we got right away that's going to be dedicated, and you're backing up the pool to the highway. And if you've lived here any length of time like I have, when that stoplight is stopped, we don't have just passenger vehicles there. We have commercial vehicles, tractor trailers, dump trucks, fuel popping in. I mean, you're going to have all that emitting, all that emission right by your 4-month open pool in that area, backed up to Highway 70, the busy Highway 70, which has, 45,000 cars a day there, I believe, somewhere in that neighborhood. And again, why are we back in the trash enclosure up there when this is going to be 6 lanes, 3 lanes one day? I look at the layout and think, gosh almighty, I know you have some restrictions with the stream, but maybe it just needs to be left natural. Can you go to another slide? There was a slide the gentleman showed that showed the architect looking from Highway 70, the buildings and the tree. And I will say this, the buildings look better than the Lego land over there, the other project, the Bluebird project, which is like giant Legos. Sorry.
We appreciate that.
They're pretty daggone boring. Okay, yes, sir, keep going, yes, sir.
That's the one from 70.
Okay, another view was from the stoplight. This is along 72.
That's closer to the intersection.
Okay, well, I'm looking for that big strip of trees all the way down. And that's Yeargan there. I haven't seen that strip of trees anywhere.
Is this the street view you were referencing with the mature trees on the property boundary?
I'm looking at what you showed us and those other ones and looking for the strip of trees. Also, again, when this is widened to 3 lanes and they're DOT right away, those trees will be gone. That's not your control or our control. That'll be a DOT project. But that's in the plans one day, to widen this to a 6-lane intersection, a 6-lane highway. And I'm sitting here wondering why we're bumping up stuff to the back of it, particularly the pool, the amenity, and particularly the trash receptacles, buffer or no buffer. We're backing that up to Highway 70. I mean, can't we find someplace else you can put those things? I look at that, if I saw the layout and thought, wow, this looks really odd. I agree with what has been referenced before as a commercial corridor, but the layout and knowing that this is going to be a 6-lane, 3 lanes on each side one day, and I reckon with a turn lane, you're going to be up there. I mean, you'll be able to shake the hands of people at the pool from your car window. So it's just a really odd layout, in my opinion. Well, to be that close, knowing that we know this is going to be a 6-lane road, and then we may never see it in our lifetime. Let's be honest, but that's the plans one day. So any action that this council may take is you're setting that up one day for a situation that people may not find very favorable.
So I will have maybe the engineer and or architect come up to explain the rationale for the location of the pool and the dumpsters, and I'll consult with Mr. Stevenson about the timing of any future Highway 70 road line.
Yes, I can address these questions. Lindsay Kretschmann, architect. So very good point about building C and the orientation of that. I think we looked at that building 5 times. And we even talked with staff specifically about the amenity courtyard on 70, and they had the same concerns. And so we looked at the other options that we had, and it put a lot of residents right on 70, and their windows, their operable windows, the noise right into their bedrooms. And so this option brought a piece of the architecture out to hold that urban edge, but it kept the active space, which is the pool, which is kind of a livelier space and less quiet than a bedroom. It kept that towards 70. We also are adding to the buffer, and we worked in that pool pavilion that has a solid back to it, and the roof kind of slopes up to create more of a visual and sound buffer in addition to that additional landscaping behind it. And we studied a lot of 3D views from inside of that, thinking about the sound. And we'd rather have more noise in the active pool area than in more residential units. We'd rather have those units face the stream and have the nicer interior view than 70. The dumpster I may need to refer to Marty, but we originally had the entrance from 70 over there, and the grade change is very significant. And adjacent to that industrial use, the grade change made it perfect to put that trash not near the other uses and put it down in the grade so it's screened from 70, and you don't have the impact visually from the other properties that were more sensitive when we had it on the other side of the property.
Yes, I agree with Lindsay as far as what she said about the location of that. And Councilman Singleton, we did look at several locations on the site for this and had a lot of discussion about it. We landed here for a lot of the same reasons Lindsay said, but we will be building a landscape buffer around that. It is at the corner of our street yard as well as our 15-foot type A buffer, and we're also screening it with a dumpster enclosure. So it is our hope that that is not visible from Highway 70, especially once the landscaping comes to fruition and matures. But we will have the enclosure as well as the street yard, as well as on the the westbound traffic will really be seeing the 15-foot perimeter buffer, and really should not be visible as you're going down west, looking as you go past it on the right. So, but I mean, good question, because we did have a lot of discussion on siting where it is. The only other thing I would add is that it does allow the garbage trucks to come in and get out versus having to traverse through the apartment complex, which is non-desirable for residents. They can come in off of 70 and come out without having to travel through the site. So those were our basis for siting it where we did.
Well, I'll get back to the concern with, again, putting your amenity there up to 70. I mean, what we're looking at one day, if this was approved as presented, is that's where you'll see one of the big walls come one day to be a sound deflector. So because the residential development, the residential development will be so close to Highway 70, you'll see the big walls there, the sound barriers. So, and again, it's going to be widened one day. We don't know when. They've got to finish the 2 bridges on Highway 71 we're looking at there in the distance. So that's a ways away, but it's been talked about for years. As have a lot of street improvements been talked about for years.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, that particular project to widen 70 is nowhere on the horizon. I think a couple of things to point out about that too, and why it may be even longer, before that's ever done, is we all know that transportation improvements are done way after they're needed. They're sorely needed. This particular intersection, if you look on a little bit more town-wide or regional basis, is not operating poorly relative to a lot of other intersections. And I think what is more than likely to happen at some point, maybe in our lifetimes, is the intersection itself gets converted to a reduced conflict intersection or super street or something of that nature, potentially. That's not even been discussed yet, but that's more likely to happen in our lifetimes than it be widened to 6 lanes. I think also regionally, with the completion of 540, if you sort of look, the idea is all this traffic coming from outside of the area, we kind of take 540 around and probably preserves this corridor a little bit longer than it otherwise would. So I think the overwhelming need to widen this road is many, many, many years away, especially if you start comparing it to other roadways, in this entire region. So and the advancement of autonomous cars and all that technology that's going to be here before this road is ever widened, we're going to squeeze even more capacity out of these roads than we have now. So I think you are right. It's going to be not in our lifetimes before it would ever be widened to 6 lanes. And who knows how the transportation is going to really work at that point with the way we move around. But,
true. But if it's made into a super street, they can probably make more improvements changes at the intersection, which are going to be closer and closer to the back to where that amenity is anyway.
Yeah, one of the things that would happen if you start doing those improvements, all that stacking you mentioned, which you're correct. I mean, that is correct. I mean, there is stacking on 70, but an improvement to make it a super street or reduce conflict intersection, that's going to reduce that stacking, on 70. It's going to help the traffic move more there and have less stacking. So I think that's more than likely to happen, I think, in our lifetime than widening the road to 6 lanes. But yeah, good point.
All right, thank you. I'll let Mr. Matthews go.
We'll pass to Mr. Matthews. Questions, comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been driving by this property like everybody else up here for years, and I just can't wait to see something big is going to be at. What a beautiful piece of property. And as my colleague said, 45,000 cars a day driving by there. What company would not want to be located right there, I would think. So the retail aspect, I think a big opportunity truly is being missed here. We can play it any way we want to, but that is a prime piece of property. Even your counterpart across the street, the frontage on 70, they're looking at retail in those lots too. That's why it was set back like it was. But that is a big opportunity is missing here. Let me share something with you guys. We probably could save 3 hours in here tonight if we'd have done this. This board and under the mayor's direction, we have these sessions. I guess it's okay to talk about it. We call them 2-1s. 2-1s are where 2 council members and the mayor, because we can't have a quorum. We're legal on these things. Can I talk about this?
Well, the difference is this requires a quasi-judicial hearing. So you would have to disclose all of those meetings and make that information part of the record. Or you'd have to have it open to the public.
Well, can I share this? Am I legal doing that?
You can share that this is typical in our legislative decision process.
Okay. But what that does, it allows developers, much like yourself, anybody else to come in and sit down with 2 council members, the mayor, typically our attorney, our town manager, and somebody from staff would be there to talk about what you want to do. And what do you think? Is this what you're looking for? Would you make any suggestions? We could improve it, what have you. Those opportunities are out there, and I always encourage developers to do that because, as I say, coming under the lights, this is an unusual situation, as the mayor mentioned. A lot of that is worked out and talked about. But having said that, I don't know where this will go tonight, so I'm just tossing that up in the air for you. For your consideration. Might be for another project down the road, I don't know. But that opportunity is always there, and we encourage it because we want you to have a great project. We want it to be very financially successful. We want a project that's going to set everything to a better level for the town of Garner and the citizens. We want it to be good for you, good for the town, and something we'll be proud of. So keep that on the back of your mind on anything forward, that opportunity is there, and we enjoy doing that, and plus we build relations on top of that. But in closing, I'm very disappointed on the commercial piece here, like so many of my colleagues, and Mr. Mayor, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Do we need to make another round of comments, Mr. Vance?
Just a question to the team in reference to consideration of commercial as a part of this project. Is that a consideration? Something to consider?
Councilmember Vance, I think that might just be too big of a question for us to answer tonight. It might be a situation where we take time after tonight's meeting, if the council wishes to defer any decision on this meeting, for us to evaluate that. It's not been considered in any iteration of our plans to date, but perhaps more time would allow us to better answer that question.
So am I hearing a possible request for continuance?
if that's the will of the council, I think we would be okay with that tonight.
To continue.
Yes. Thank you very much for your open-mindedness there. Thanks for the question. Maybe it's time to end our discussion and look for a motion.
Mayor Gupton, I make a motion that we have a continuance of SUP SP 2305 to a date to be determined.
Okay, there's a motion made to continue this hearing and deliberation to a future date. Is there a second?
I second it.
Second by Ms. Behringer. Okay, there's a motion and a second for a continuance to a future date. And let me double check with our attorney. Are we within the bounds of what we can do here?
Right, because a specific date and time is not being specified in the motion, it will require that additional public notice when be provided when it comes back.
Yes, my gut feel is it's better to not set a date and add artificial pressures. Let's take our time, do some communication, and do this in the most orderly and effective way that we can.
So that notice would have to be at least 10 days prior to the next council meeting.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to see 10 days in advance and get the notices out.
And we'll be prepared to bring back notices and envelopes and things like that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for continuance, and let's this quasi judicial hearing for the record. Let's go with a roll call vote. Mr. Vance made the motion. I'm going to ask you first. I ask everyone who's in favor of this signify by aye when I call on you, or signify nay if you're opposed. Mr. Vance opposed or for?
Aye.
Mr. Dellinger?
Nay.
You do not want the continuance? Okay. Ms. Behringer?
Aye.
Mr. Singleton?
Aye.
Mr. Matthew?
Aye.
That seems to be a 4-1 in favor of granting the continuance. So that being the case, we'll end this discussion. We'll set up another meeting, be in touch with the planning department, town attorney, town manager, and we'll work through this. We'll see you again next time. Thank you for all the information. Okay. Which brings us to new and old business, item number 1. And the issue before us is a Tier 2 conditional rezoning related to the Creech Road homes. Our presenter on this one on the staff side is our Assistant Planning Director, Erin Joseph. You're back up at the podium.
Back up in action. Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I know you all have reviewed this case previously, as well as the Planning Commission, so I'll go through my presentation as quickly as I can. All right, so this request is a Tier 2 conditional request to rezone 42.4 acres from rural agricultural to residential 4 conditional for the development of 37 single-family detached units. The site is located on the east side of Creech Road and Jewel Street and Plaza Drive. In the zoning context, this is rural agricultural, so development tends to be rural residential, agricultural, and silvicultural. The site is within the town's ETJ, and currently the uses are single-family detached and vacant. The applicant has narrowed the possible uses to 1 out of potential 14 single-family detached. Average lot size of the 37 dwelling units would be 12,000 square feet. They are committing to additional conditions that address site design, maximum densities, 1 dwelling unit per acre, pedestrian connectivity. They will be connecting to the future greenway, public greenway that traverses the backside of the site, and enhance landscaping along Creech Road Architectural standards include variety in front elevations, specific building materials, minimum porch size, and also features for windows and garages. Also, they will include first floor primary bedrooms. The site will include a playground for active recreation, greenway access, includes 2 10-foot trail connections, and also other programming for open space recreation include a dog park, picnic table, outdoor games, or pickleball courts. Just to highlight a few of the areas, you have the active open space here, also a private trail connection and a public trail connection just here on the site. The enhanced landscaping. You have your access from Creech Road. That's a right turn only. And then you have access onto Jewel Street. And this access from Jewel Street is a full movement access. Again, the site is 42.4 acres, all single family detached. 25% of the active space, of the open space must be activated. There are conservation areas that include riparian buffers and conservation buffers. There are also the qualifying open areas, amenities, and pedestrian trails. The site is not within an activity center. It is located within the neighborhood's character typology from the comprehensive land use plan and an area to strengthen the development intensity matrix. Concluding staff's overall review of consistency, believe that while integrating Green Street solutions and also expanding housing options could better align with the Garner Forward Comprehensive Plan, overall the plan is well supported. You do have the full consistency review in your packets. The Planning Commission reviewed this case at its last month's meeting. I won't go through all of the details on the screen, but just to highlight a few of the things that were addressed during the Planning Commission. As far as site design, there was a question about one of the terminus of the streets in the development. Questions regarding future development of land that has not been incorporated in this particular site plan. Architectural questions as far as roof eaves and questions about the greenway, if it will connect. Also, the ultimate section for Creech Road, what that ultimate section consists of. Just a general question about the number of stormwater control measures. There was a concern expressed about the transition from the cementitious siding to PVC trim. It was recommended to condition all the materials to that cementitious material. Question regarding the porches, if they will be larger than the minimum size, and a question regarding the minimum square footage of the homes. Ultimately, the Planning Commission did find that the plan is consistent with the comprehensive land use plan and adopted plans for the town, and it was a unanimous vote to recommend approval. This evening, reasonableness and the 6 criteria for reasonableness for this request is considered by council this evening. Won't go through all of them, but that is the measure that we're looking at this evening. Staff has prepared draft motions for you in your agenda packet. You can see page 206 for those recommended motions, either to approve, consistent, and reasonable, or deny and find that it is consistent but unreasonable. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant is here to answer any questions that you may have, and I'll also be on standby. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant wish to make a presentation? Sit back down.
That might be the briefest presentation Ms. Maddox has ever made to us. One word.
Thank you. Again, I'll make the comment that this has been through the system. This came to us, came to the council. It went back with some, the developers came in, and it started with what Mr. Matthews referred to as the 2x2s or 2x1s, small group discussions with the developer staff and one or two council members. And they presented a plan, just to refresh your memory, with, was it 200 or 300 apartments and some townhouses. And in those small group discussions, they understood that's not what our council's looking for in that particular area. And they left, and I thought we'd never see them again. They came back in 60 days with the plan with that you see before you, very close to it, 37 single-family homes, what Mr. Singleton referred to as kind of like the ones he grew up in Edgebrook, with lots and carports and garages and back porches. And they went a long ways in what the majority of council felt was the right direction. So we voted to refer it to the Planning Commission last time it came before us. The Planning Commission has returned their judgment of consistent, that it's reasonably in control there. So it's back to us now, at this point, back to council to make the final decision as to whether to approve that particular ordinance and the rezoning that goes with it. So that being said, typically we do get a motion and a second, one way or the other, before we have the detailed discussion. So I would ask for, is there a motion related to this particular ordinance?
I move the town council accept the planning commission's written statement regarding consistency of the zoning amendment, a request with adopted land use plans, the detail in section 3 of the staff report as our own. And I further move the town council adopt ordinance number 2025-5358, approving rezoning CZMP 24006 as requested, is reasonable and in the public interest because.
Second.
Because the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, because the subject property would be more suitable for the uses permitted by the proposed district versus the current district.
Second.
And there was a motion by Mr. Singleton, second by Mr.
Yes, sir.
Singleton. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr.
That's all right. But no problem at all.
He just stopped to catch his breath, and you're already seconding the thing. That's not impolite.
I was just trying to offer encouragement.
That's enthusiasm. Thank you very much. So there is a motion and a second. Now, if there's some more discussion we need to have, I'll be glad to entertain that. I'll start at Mr. Matthews' end now.
No discussion. I'm pleased with it.
Mr. Singleton, questions, comments?
Thank the owners for thanking Ms. Blackman because she's the one who came up and designed this plan. And, you know, I remember when we saw it after seeing the 336 apartments or what the number was. And then the first time we saw this, it was like we were in the twilight zone. But it's a really good project. You mentioned the size of the lots, 12,000 square foot average, which goes back to the old R12 zoning. And it's going to be, I think it'll be a nice project. It doesn't create as much traffic, and you have some open space here for the residents. And I appreciate again the work that the owners listened and the work that Ms. Blackman did also.
Thank you. Ms. Behringer, comments?
Just one, and that is I am very pleased to see the direction we've gone in, that the presenters have gone in and they listened to us, and now we have something we're all happy with.
Thank you, Mr. Dellinger.
I don't have any comment.
Mr. Vance?
No comment.
Okay, we had the motion and the second. Let's have one of those wonderful roll call votes again. That was a lot of fun. And we'll start again with Mr. Vance. If you're in favor, signify by saying aye or opposed by nay. Mr. Vance, your vote?
Aye.
Mr. Dellinger?
Aye.
Ms. Behringer?
Aye.
Mr. Singleton?
Aye.
Mr. Matthews?
Aye.
Okay, clearly it passes unanimously. Good job. Good job on everybody that brought us information and to the staff who massaged this through the system. Thanks to all that were involved. in the improvement of this project. Thanks to the neighbors for coming, and it's going to be very close to you. I hope it all works out well. Thank you for being here. Okay. With that being said, we'll move right along now to item number 2 on the new and old business, and this is what some of you came for tonight. Thanks for your patience and sticking around. This is the town rebranding discussion continued. Our presenter will be our town manager, Jody Miller, with a little assistance from the graphics house team, Steve and Stacy Kolak. So, Ms. Miller, show us what you got.
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of council. Tonight's conversation on the town's rebranding is a follow-up to the work we completed at the June rebranding workshop. So looking at our rebranding goals tonight, we're going to look for direction on logo concepts, colors, and tagline. These are items we've been discussing with the council since April. We had our workshop in June, and now we've come back with some refined concepts and ideas. Just as a reminder, branding is about creating a unique and cohesive identity. It creates a specific impression in people's mind. It helps them recognize and remember organizations. It helps you stand out from your competitors. And a great brand and logo is easy and flexible in terms of its use. And as we've shared in the past, our brand has evolved over time, starting with the Garner Great Place to Be on the left-hand side, developed in the early 2000s. Due to some challenges and difficulty with how we were using or could not use that particular brand, you'll see in the middle there, we've developed some other brands that help with marketing and communication, specifically around economic development, our comprehensive plan update, the Performing Arts Center, even historic downtown. And then moving forward, we have been using for a few years just a more simplified version of a G with our logo as a way to lean in and leverage the work that was done in the Garner Forward Plan, but also set us up for having this discussion on rebranding of the town as well. Part of this process has been an extensive engagement process. The engagement process has included not only residents in the community, it's also included staff as well as council. We've seen this information before. We had just under 1,400 surveys responded to from our community about the rebranding project. There's been a lot of energy and buzz around this work. And one of the primary takeaways was residents were looking to see a modern, bold branding identity that represents Garner's strong community spirit and assets. In addition to that, staff has had a lot of conversations and provided feedback and comments to council regarding how we would use our new brand and logo and some of the things we need to consider in terms of its use. So things like wanting to proactively define our identity and future were important considerations for staff. Defining ourselves as compared to letting others define us was also an important attribute for staff. Looking for a fresh, modern look that matches Garner's energy and potential was another area of conversation and recommendation from staff. And then wanting to represent a modern and professional town government. In addition to the engagement with residents and with staffs, we've had extensive engagement with the council, including one-on-one interviews and meetings, as well as a presentation at your April work session and then a workshop at your June work session. And here are some of the themes that came out of those conversations. Everything looking at identity with a focus on the future, wanting to stand out, emotional connection, community and people and parks, to feedback on colors. Majority of council likes keeping with some level of blue with the logo. And council, as a majority, indicated an openness to looking at a new color palette in general for the logo. And then also thinking about taglines, looking at the idea of including greatness. How do we convey that hometown feel that we all know and experience here in town? Or the question even was posed, do we need a tagline? So this evening, I have with us our friends from Graphics House, who's been our partner in this project, Stacy and Steve Colas. They're going to walk you through some concepts and some revisions based on the guidance and feedback that council provided at your June work session. I'll also share with you that I asked them to bring back a few other concepts that I thought were important for council to be able to look at and compare to what the work we had been focusing on at your workshop, because we're getting to a point where we're going to need to make some final decisions and guidance for moving forward. I'm going to let Stacy and Steve kind of walk you through the design aspect of it and the enhancements and colors, and then we'll come back together to talk about next steps. So, Stacy?
Mayor, Council, nice to see you all. I'm going to scoot that back. Okay. Thank you. So just to reiterate what we've talked about many times, a logo is a simple, memorable, and usable. It captures the essence of a town with clarity and purpose and stands the test of time while remaining versatile across all mediums. We have created 4 final options to show you all today to help you choose the new Town of Garner logo. Each logo option has 4 color combinations. Using feedback from our council and staff, we stayed with a variant of our strong Garner blue, alongside supporting colors to complement our town. You all have been presented a paper packet also. I just want to say that the layouts on your folders may be a little bit different from what you're seeing on the screen. It's so that it could maximize the images in front of you so that you could see them with clarity. They all are in the same order. You just might have to orient your piece of paper accordingly. Let's start here with option A. Here is option A. This pine cone logo, inspired by the roots of Garner, shows the different parts of our town building on each other. While we believe this logo to be lovely and a creative design, it is not distinct enough to be used effectively in marketing and used as an asset. Our other options maintain the same visual impact, but with the individuality that Garner deserves and clarity needed for long-term marketing use. Regarding the yellow you see, so we've got different colors here of the pine cone. Regarding the yellow you see, we included an element of yellow for visuals to compare, but we do advise against this usage. While it has served us well in the past, there are many limitations to the usage, and we suggest moving away from it due to these complications. We are also, after meeting with staff, we have the majority chose to go with the gather and grow, showing the emphasis on our community and how we are going to move forward as a collective group. Here we have option B. This logo, created to point towards our future, is vintage inspired with a modern feel. In this logo, we have both uppercase G and lowercase g at once. This logo option is creative and definitely stands out. However, it does not have the same level of flexibility and usability as other stronger options. Here we have option C. This logo, designed to show the old and new of Garner coming together to grow, is our strongest option and official recommendation. The bold, square shape symbolizes strong foundations and everything we've built, while showing upward momentum as a growing, thriving place. Not only does this logo bring together our community, it is clean and versatile marketing tool, and the town can put to work in promoting our identity. Our team and your town staff feel that this is the option that best represents Garner today and will serve it best in the future. Thank you. Here we have option D. This logo shows all of our communities and places, and one place is pieces of puzzle connecting together. The triangles in this logo point inward, showing our community coming together with the vision pointing upwards toward our growth. This is also a strong marketing tool given its clarity and definition.
We believe this logo does not have as much distinction as our strongest option, but is a good choice for marketing purposes. Here is showing all of the logos that we have just shown you within the badge of the newly acquired Garner Fire Department. It's been a point of conversation during rebranding how the new brand and logo would integrate with existing badges in light of our merger with the fire department. We are showing this fire badge as an opportunity to see how the strongest logo would integrate with our badges. What I'm going to show you now is real-life samples of how the logos will be utilized in everyday application. Let's see here. We are keeping the logos in the same order so that you can see them for compare and contrast. For some, we only show our strongest color combinations, and others we have added additional colors, again, so you can differentiate. Here we have business card samples. Our town logo will define communications in regard with our respected town workers as they use these cards. Here we have envelopes. Again, a strong and distinct logo will set the tone for our town when doing official business. Letterhead samples. And if at any point you all would like me to slow down, please just let me know. And here are some memo samples that you all share inter-office. Here we have website samples. A strong logo brings new life to our online presence and shows all generations that we are a growing town and vibrant community. A new logo will kickstart the revamp of our website and show the public that Garner is ready to be recognized as a professional, forward-thinking community prepared for growth. Here you can see how the new logo will work on lapel pins. When your teams are out on Main Street and development conferences, this logo will be the first impression of professionalism and town pride. A strong logo will display our town as growing and respected. And here we just have some polo shirts. Again, this new logo will bring professionalism and distinction to your employees. Finally, we have stage samples. As Garner's community continues to enjoy the amazing events offered, our new logo will bring pride and excitement to our town events. In every way, a strong and distinct town logo will help bring vibrancy and pride to our amazing town. Thank you all for working to find the logo that reflects this community and the growth as it's prepared for. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, other comments?
Stacy and Steve, thank you for walking us through the enhancements to the two logos, the pine cone and the cursive G that we talked about at the workshop, but also bringing back some designs that we've seen before to help us compare and contrast, and more importantly, how these would be used and what they would look like. It's very helpful. So next steps, and council has seen this timeline before. We did the council interviews and we did the workshop in the spring time frame and early summer. We said we would bring back to council within July and August. some enhancements and updates based on the conversation and work that has been done for council's final discussion and direction with this project. Our goal has been to move forward this month and reveal the new brand to our community. We have an amazing event planned for the end of the month. We're bringing back our recognition program of our volunteers and combining that with the Stevens Award. We're calling it Celebrate Garner, and it would be a great opportunity to do the unveiling of our new brand and our new logo. So as Stacy has mentioned, there is a recommendation coming before council tonight from myself and our other managers, Mr. Hodges and Mr. Poole, as well as our expert team at Graphics House in terms of what option we feel meets Garner's needs, not only today, but in the future, and provides us the strongest logo and brand moving forward, and provides the flexibility we need in order to effectively market and communicate in our community. So wanted to share that with council. What we're looking for tonight from council is clear direction by majority vote of council to finalize the option C brand so that we can move forward with creating the styling guide and unveiling it to the community as well. So with that being said, Mayor, members of council, we're happy to answer any questions that council may have this evening on this important project.
Thank you very much. Great presentation, a great process. I just want to repeat for council members, especially for our audience, that the proposed action before us is recommend that council provide clear direction by majority vote to staff and graphics house on finalizing the brand and logo for option C. This is what they're bringing to us. Option C is the one that has gone through the process. And we'll have time for a discussion, but before we even start that discussion, everybody wants to have a say. This is very important stuff. I do want to just read to the public and for the record, the email that I sent out last Friday to council members, graphics team, the whole rebranding team. And it's my thoughts in a nutshell. Number one, I support our town manager and town staff. Our town staff are the ones who will use these graphics, logos, et cetera, the most. They are the ones who generate the majority of town publications, both print and digital, and have experience with what works. Number two, I respect the process used in this project. It's been rather lengthy. The choice of Graphics House as our outside resource was brilliant. They have a proven record of working successfully with national firms, and they also have the insight of being longtime Garner residents and local business owners. Input from citizens and staff was gathered systematically over a number of months. And don't forget about the input from Garner Fire and Rescue, our newest department that constitutes almost a third of our employees. They kind of started this with the need for what do we do next. So they were listened to very closely and closely involved as well. Council members have been involved in several group discussions as well as the one-on-one sessions held by the Graphics House team. Our project leader, town manager, has consistently demonstrated a commitment to open communication and consensus building. She's here today, consensus building, even though the council does not really get the final vote on every single detail. One of her guidelines has been no surprises, and she's been successful. Number three, and final point, the results are outstanding. A common theme was identified clearly. We are proud of our past, but must be thinking of the future. We want to carry our message and tell our story as effectively as possible. My summary, our team is on the 1 yard line. I have faith that the final details will be worked out and we will all rally around our new flag. My message to our captain is job well done, full speed ahead. That's all I got. So with that in mind, let's get some more comment, more questions. We've been starting with Mr. Vance a lot lately for whatever. Let's start with Mr. Matthews. Your take, your questions, your comments on the process and the rebranding project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I felt like you didn't like me no more, so Mr. Vance was getting all the attaboys down there, but that's okay. This has been a process, and I think we've all participated in it. We've all got our opinions on it. it's like anything else. You could have 5, 6 different opinions up here on this. And is anyone right? It's going to make everybody happy? Probably not. You know, it's the nature of what we do. But having a background in marketing and sales and marketing pretty much all my life, that if you're looking at a business card or anything, that logo, what you're looking at is so important because that's what they're going to remember. Is it too busy or does it get right to the point? And I'm like one of those guys, people giving me advice on signs. I say, don't make it so busy. You got a quick glance at it. Put something up there you're going to remember and it would stand out. Obviously we need to select one of these is what I'm hearing here. And everybody's going to write their opinion. And so I got my opinion on this particular card. If I was going to select this one, which one I would go with. And I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Singleton.
Yes, Mayor, you know that at the work session in June, we basically said we didn't like any of these, yet it comes back, which I think is a little disrespectful to the council. And we do have a say, this is not staff driven, this is affecting your town for years. So your elected officials represent the citizens. It should not be staff driven. I don't care for this. I've stated that before. It's very, very hard, heavy, industrial looking, not very welcoming. When you look at the lapel pin with just a G, if somebody didn't know you were from Garner, they would sit there and say, what is that? I mean, my daughter was supposed to show me last week things from Game Boy boxes that look like that. And it's disappointing. I think it's disrespectful not to have the gold in it because of our history and what happened with segregation going from the Garner Consolidated to Garner High School. I think that's disrespectful not using that color because that's part of our heritage and our history. And again, I don't care for the recommended option at all. I haven't, and I don't really care for the tagline at all. It's nice to say grow because we're going to grow, but the fact of the matter is about half the people in town don't want us to grow. And that's not just old people who've been here for years. Some of the new people moved here because they don't want us to grow, because they like it as it is, and that's why they moved here. So you're putting a word in there that some people, not all, but some people will take in a way of looking at that, well, we're just going to keep growing and growing and growing and creating more and more issues that come with growth because growth doesn't pay for itself. And so I just don't care for it at all. Sorry, you already know this. I already told y'all this before. This is no secret. So, but again, I'm just really disappointed that we don't have the Garner traditional historical colors in this, because the goal was that Garner Consolidated for many years, decades and decades, along with the Garner blue. So basically putting a slap in the face to that. But hey, I think that's progress. Forget your past.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments. I know that's from the heart. Ms. Behringer?
Okay, when I saw the first rendition now months ago, my first reaction was it was too industrial. Then we had more discussion, and I saw the pine cone and I saw the artistic G, and I liked those. And then the more I looked at them, the more I felt like that was a little nostalgic and not quite speaking to who we are today and where we want to go. And I'll have to say I was surprised at myself when I saw option C, that I really was attracted to it. I like the number 1 in option C because I think that it looks orange there, but it has a reference to gold and yellow, and the blue, of course, is the color that we identify with. So I think that is a good option. It looks good on the buttons and badges and that sort of thing, and our staff are the people who will be out there wearing it. We'll be doing it some, but they'll be doing it every day. So I'm surprised at myself, but I'm very happy with the option C. Number 1. Okay.
And you're picking the color too, right?
I'm picking the color too.
Thank you, excellent observation. Mr. Dellinger?
Yeah, I just have some comments on process. And my takeaway from the work session that we had, and we did that exercise where we took time away from our other business and jobs and other things we could have been doing, was that there were 2 standout designs. Now, I know they didn't bring us bad designs. You wouldn't have brought us any bad designs, is that correct?
Yes.
So all the designs that they created for us as professionals, they presented to us because they thought they were worthy and to the standard of representing the town. They didn't say, throw one in here and say, this is trash, they might like that. So we had all these options to choose from. And the two that emerged from that process was not this and was not the other one. It was the G, it was the pine cone. And so I'm a little surprised that that consensus that was built during that day through that process of using our time was not heeded or observed. That, I won't use the word disrespect, but I think it begs the question on what's the point of the process when we're ending up back exactly where we were when we said start the process to change this. I also think that the community engagement piece has been at the front end in a conceptual way. Got 1,200 people that gave feedback. Why don't we put these 4 designs out there in public for a week and let people vote on it? Where is the public's input at this point of the process when you have something to show them? So why are we shying away from that community engagement piece?
Are you asking me a question,
Yeah,
Mr. Gallinger?
question.
Okay. So first, let me respond to your comment about process and a concern about bringing back some concepts that you had seen before. What Graphics House has provided for you this evening was some additions and tweaks to the pine cone design as well as the cursive G. As we discussed at the workshop in June, it was also the consensus of council at that time that the Gather and Grow tagline was the best fit for tagline as we think about who we are today in the future. At my request, I asked Graphics House to bring back the other 2 designs because I think it's important when we talk about how we use these designs. We're very informed on how we would use these designs in different mediums. So whether it's a website, whether it's letterhead, whether it's a shirt, whether it's a lapel pin, in order to really get a sense of the designs that may look great by themselves, but when we use them, what are the comparisons we can also use in order for us to make the best choice possible? So if there's a concern about being disrespectful, that wasn't the intent. The intent was to bring to council, from my professional opinion, working with brands, thinking about marketing and strategy, talking with our experts at Graphics House, talking with them and understanding their guidance and supporting their guidance on what a strong brand and logo needs to look like and what we need to think about how it's used. That's why we brought back these concepts for council to look at further. As your manager, my job is to provide my professional opinion to council, and council can certainly decide not to agree with that recommendation as well. But when I think about brand, when I think about marketing, when I think about communication, when I think about my experience in this work, I still believe that option C is the best choice for the town moving forward.
So I did have a question you didn't answer, but I'll still ask it again. But I think my point was that they brought us options that were all workable. And that was their job, was to bring back a bunch of workable options for us. And we selected by consensus what those were. So I think that's the part where the disconnect in the process is. My just other question was, if we have these 4 strong options developed by professional graphic designers that know this will work in all mediums and formats for whatever needs we need, why don't we put them out to the public and let the public vote on them? And even if that's not the final decider, if you end up with one that has 80% acceptance by the public and you present them in these different formats and say, this is what it looks like in all these different, because they all work. That's what we hired them to do, is to give us workable options. But if it's 80% of the people who respond say, we like this one, we'd be hard pressed as a council or a staff or community to reject that. If it's 25%, 25%, 25%, well then we're no better off or worse off than we were. We just got to kind of flip a couple of coins and choose a logo. But I think it's so important to engage the public, because I mean, I've done graphic design before. I've designed shoes and all kinds of things and logos and branding. I've done all that work. Collectively, we haven't done that work. We're not experts, but our experts brought us 4 good designs, good, strong designs. And I think they're all worth being considered. So my recommendation would be, let's let the public have some input. We can agree with it or not, but give the public another chance to look at this product before we decide this is absolutely what we're going to do. Because what we don't want to do is make that decision and go out there, and you'll see a classy post I saw with that first logo on it, and there were about 40 comments that said, "Where's the blue and gold? This isn't Garner." We're going to walk out there. We're the ones that have to answer for what gets chosen. I mean, I don't think about not liking surprises. I don't like surprises going out there and finding out 80% of the public that sees it doesn't like it.
So Mr. Dellinger, I would share from my perspective, the public engagement piece of branding work typically is done in the earlier parts of the creative process to help guide the work in terms of design, in terms of feeling, in terms of color palette. When you get to the final concepts and design, especially in the public sector, it can be very difficult to then get consensus on what is the right logo and brand moving forward. And so a lot of times that's done by elected officials, it's done by administration, based on all the feedback and engagement work that's happened with elected officials, with the staff, with the community. All that work is influencing the final design work that then we trust our designers, who are the experts, to be able to come forth and say, here's what we're hearing, here's the creative concepts, here's what would work, this will not work, and here's why, and here's what we recommend. So providing it to the community for final review, I don't know, helps us get to a place where we still have a strong logo that we know we can use in both marketing communications. I believe that the engagement work that we did in the early part of the process was the right way to do the engagement.
And I'll pass to Mr. Vance. I just think we have 4 strong options. That's what they designed for us. And so the public they're not choosing from scratch. They're choosing from 4 different vetted designs that we vetted in a work session. And they went back and took our feedback and improved them. So if you tell these are your 4 choices, what do you think? And we see what they say. I'm not afraid of that. And I think if they choose 90%, it's going to be one that works because they designed it. And we'll be like, well, that's what people want. So let's go with it. And we can all feel very comfortable with that. But we're missing an opportunity by not doing that. And that gives me concern, particularly since we're circling back to the one that caused us to go back through the process. So I'll yield to Mr. Vance.
Well, thank you. I would say that from my perspective, as one council member, as to the process, it was thorough in the manner in which we were brought into understanding of the branding and the logo and the meaning of it. And I commend the team for taking the information that was received and interpreting it in an artistic manner that could be easily translated. And we all have our perspective on art and the logo, because I believe that it's in the eye of the beholder as to what you see. And with that being said, with Graphic House, with their extensive expertise and understanding the marketing aspect and what would be beneficial to Garner, and being longtime Garner residents and having pride in the town, and taking everything that has been provided and coming up with a logo and a branding that is one that captures, I believe, the essence of what we are trying to communicate in a manner that captures not only the individuals but also the collective, with the coordination with the fire and incorporating what the Maltese cross piece into the graphic of the option C and being the usefulness of it. I believe that what the process itself has been one that has been detailed and has been clear, has been upfront. And honestly, my hat's off to the team, the graphics house, and just because I was wondering, I said, how are you going to interpret what we're saying into something that can be captured in a simple way? And I believe you've done that. So with that, I would just say that I believe that the process overall has been very thorough and it's captured as much, and it is a process by which is what I've learned since I've been on council. You're not going to please everybody, and we all have different tastes. But I believe that this particular logo captures the essence of what we're trying to communicate.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. We've had a lot of discussion here. This is not an ordinance. It's not required to have council approval, but I think what we're trying to do is get some sense of the majority of council to give you direction to move ahead. The proposed action is, will the majority of council vote to continue with the town staff and our outside consultant to go ahead and finalize the brand and logo for option C. That's the question before us. And we've had the discussion. I'll ask for an official motion that we want to give that direction to finalize the brand with option C. Is there such a motion?
So move.
Ms. Behringer makes the motion. Is there a second?
What is the motion?
The motion is that we give the town manager and her team and consultants clear direction to move ahead with finalizing the brand and logo based on option C.
Option C. Second.
Okay. Mr. Vance seconds that. Okay. So there's a motion and a second. This is the point that we would typically begin our discussion. We've had a lot of good discussion, a lot of heartfelt input. Do we want to make another round of input?
Could I ask one question?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm looking at number 1 here, and it looks, can that orange be a little more toward the gold side, or is there a reason it's that dark for a purpose? You guys present this stuff, because you got the blue. If that's a little more gold versus maybe looking like it's orange, I'm just asking.
Yes, sir. Are you talking about option C, number 1?
Number 1, yeah.
Okay, yes, sir. In this format with the dark deep blue, the more burnt orange is a better contrasting color with that deeper blue. We had chosen some lighter, more Tennessee orange that has more of the yellow undertoning. Mm-hmm. But it cheapened out the logo. It did not give it a professional look that this one does.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the second round here? Mr. Singleton?
Well, I just think it's interesting. We've talked about everything's got to be the same logo. And at the very last page of our 283-page agenda, it shows Wake County Economic Development. It don't look nothing like the Wake County logo. And the Raleigh has an Economic Development logo that don't look anything like the Raleigh logo. And Wake Forest has an Economic Development logo that doesn't look anything like their logo. So all this, everything's got to be the same. It's just, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. All I know is in blue and gold, it's worked good in Garner, and the Los Angeles Rams don't have any trouble promoting blue and gold, so I still don't understand that at all. But again, we talk about it being different, but the last page of our agenda shows Wake County Economic Development looks nothing like what Wake County did. And when we had treasurer training, Wake County showed us I don't think it's a permanent logo, but they showed us their county logo, and they had hashtag Wake is great on the screen. So a different look. I've been on the website and hadn't seen it in other places, but it shows right there, doesn't it? That's what they had on the big screen for us that day. Wake is great, which I hadn't seen before, but anyway. So again, I said what I said. I think we're making a mistake with We're going with a harder edge industrial look. And again, without the Garner there, if you just saw the G on the logo, how many people who didn't know you were from Garner would know it was a G? It's just a harder look to me and the people I've talked to. So I'll stop.
Ms. Behringer, other comments, questions? Mr. Dellinger, another round of questions, comments?
Yeah, I think public engagement is something you commit to, and while we've done it on the front end to get the conceptual piece, when you then have options to choose from that are all strong, you have nothing to lose by asking the people what they want, because yes, staff has to use it, but the rest of the town has to look at it, and it's going to be on Parks and Rec stuff. That was one of my biggest concerns, was this whimsical nature and something that could relate to kids, and you could, it's just industrial. And I think, no, we all do have opinions, but there are about 40,000 people out there that we haven't heard from. And I'm curious as to what they would want to do instead of just, 5 of us. It doesn't hurt anything. It's information gathering. It shows goodwill on the part of the council to engage the public and build that excitement up as we go into the end of the month and say, we wanted your participation in this process as we just do our new logo. So I'm going to vote no that we make the decision tonight, because I think we should get more voices in on options that we have already vetted. And I think that's the benefit, is we're not asking to start from scratch. We've had the process. We've done a great process. We've gotten good options. What do the people think? And it's a missed opportunity, and it doesn't take a lot of effort, and it gets the entire town behind whatever logo we choose, not just the people that are in this room. There ain't but 14 of us in here. So that again, that's my opinion. I will stay with, I think that removing the gold, while it has some implications on certain uses, there's some very, very significant historical elements and this history behind that gold and that blue. And I saw it at Juneteenth. And that was what made Garner special, is what we do when the chips are down everywhere else, but we come together. That story can be told through gold and blue in the logo. Because the logo is a touch point to tell stories. And we're erasing that. Because even now with the logo we have, oh, it's blue and gold. What's the gold? What's the blue and gold for? There's your story. You start telling the story. So that's my opinion. What that's worth up here. That's all I got.
No further comment.
Okay, thank you. It's a big issue. It's an important issue. Somehow it's even more emotional than the average rezoning or SUP. It just goes right to the heart. Do we want input from the citizens? Obviously, they're our bosses. How do we get that? There's 100 ways. Are there referendums? Are there polls? Are there studies? The trust of staff and the consultant who has been working over months and months, getting lots of input from lots of people. Would we gain anything by having a referendum? Maybe it may sow more confusion and just disharmony than I don't know. But typically, we don't do a lot of referendums. We do a lot of engagement like it's been going on for months. So it's a tough call. My heart goes out to everybody. I love blue and gold. That's the past, always will be. But we have to live for the future. Learn from the past, live for the future. We're not abandoning it. We're just moving ahead. We'll always have the blue and gold in our heart. We'll always have our other victories in our heart. We'll always have more than one high school going forward. We've already got 2 or 3, maybe 4. A lot of factors here. So that being said, we have a motion and a second on here to give the guidance to staff and our consultant to move ahead and finalize the brand based on option C. We've had a motion and a second. We'll take a roll call vote, and let's start this time with Ms. Behringer, who made the motion. If you're in favor of the motion that you made, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Dellinger?
No.
Mr. Vance.
Aye.
Mr. Matthews.
Aye.
Mr. Singleton.
No.
It looks like we have 3 ayes and 2 nays. The direction is given by majority of council to staff and our development team to push ahead and finalize this process. Let's get this flag out there, pick the colors that'll work, get input, continue to. Let's shoot for our original deadline. Our goal was to have this done in August, so the fire department can move ahead with their life and some of the decisions they have to make, that we can unveil this on the 28th at the volunteer recognition event. Perfect place to recognize and sell it. I'm going to trust all of us to be champions of Garner and to rally around this flag, carry this flag proudly, and move ahead. We're anxious to see the final version on the 26th, next week of work session, and at 28th at the big event. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank everybody for your patience. Thank everybody for controlling your emotions on how we're talking about somebody's children, somebody's dog here. I mean, this is important. Thank you for being logical and civil. And back to you, Ms. Miller.
And please get rid of the tagline list. I've looked at too many other towns. Get rid of the tagline.
And we'll move ahead with committee reports here. Let's start with Mr. Vance this time. Do you have any committee reports to make for us this evening?
No report.
Mr. Dillinger, Ms. Behringer, committee reports.
Just one really quick one. The Public Art Committee met last week, and we are moving ahead. We saw a landscaping option drawn up by Matt Beard, and we're thinking about that, deciding how we want to, what we want to do with that, or if we want to change it. Understand that a utility cabinet will be near Town Hall, will be covered pretty soon, and so just stay tuned for more beautiful things around town.
Thank you. It's looking good everywhere I look. Mr. Singleton, committee reports.
No, sir.
Mr. Matthews? Okay. And with that, we go to manager reports, and I bet we have some talk of the town and other good stuff.
We do, Mayor. We've got 3 items under manager report this evening. First is talk of the town. I'll ask Assistant Manager Hodges to briefly highlight some of the items included.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mayor and council members, talk of the town report is in your packet. We do have several things we wanted to point out. We want to give kudos to our communications team for being a finalist for one of the Savvy Awards. This is one of our national communications awards. And so we're looking forward to hearing the outcome of that. And thanks to the team for all of their good work that they do to keep our message out. Also, another accolade, the planning department submitted an application for a Great Places for Public Art Award. This is part of a Great Places for series that the North Carolina Association of Planning does, and they will be receiving that award in October at their conference. So congratulations to the planning team for putting that together, and that highlights both public art that is a part of public projects and also private projects, development projects. Main Street affiliate, you're going to hear from our Main Street director in just a moment, but we did just want to let council know that we did receive our affiliate status from the Main Street Center for 2025. Ms. Miller just mentioned Celebrate Garner, and so we do have that event coming up on the 26th, on the 28th. And last, Back to School Bash that the Garner Police Department is doing through their Citizens and Police Together, or CAPT team. They're going to be hosting that on August 29th from 6 to 9 p.m. There's also a summary of the Garner info statistics at the bottom of the report. So if you have any questions about that, I'll be happy to answer those for you.
If there are no questions from council on the Talk of the Town report, we also have our development services update. And John is going to be covering that for us as well. So John.
So Mayor and council members, again, unfortunately, all of our leadership team for development services is either traveling or at home taking care of themselves or family members who are under the weather tonight. So Paul Padgett is joining us online in case there's any questions, but I am going to give highlights on their behalf for the development services update. The report is in your packet. As we brought this format back to you last year, we share with council that we do this update to be an update for our council, but it is also formatted with information that is appropriate for us to share with our development community. So following tonight's meeting, this report will be placed on the website. It will also be sent out to development entity partners such as the Triangle Community Coalition and the Wake Home Builders Association and other groups that we interface with to try to share information. So on the first page, you do have a summary of the action that council recently took about changing UDO requirements. This was something that came from recommendations from the development community, so we're sharing that back with them. We've got a series of information about the building codes and how that is affecting our inspections moving forward. This is largely more technical information that our builders and our developers will be interested in, but just so you're aware of some of the changes that continue to go on with North Carolina and how they are adopting building codes and the unique position that puts our inspection staff in on a regular basis in trying to manage multiple codes. We had one little tidbit that we added, the growth in pipeline miles. We recently had a meeting with our utility partner, Raleigh Water, and they shared with us that since 2019, they had added 286 miles of pipeline to their system. Of that, 53 miles were in Garner, and that was second only to Raleigh, which was at 75 miles of all of the merger partners. So it's just a different way of sort of visualizing or measuring some of the growth that we've been experiencing. In our section here that we share out with the public, we're also, we've been including links to our development inspections portal. We also are adding our open data portal that you may have seen us roll out a few months ago, and the development activity map as well. So those resources are there. Ms. Harrison produced a summary of new traffic calming programs that we're doing, that you've heard about some of those, and the budget that was approved does provide some additional funding for those. So we're sharing that out with the development community and the public in general, so they're aware of what we're doing. And then Mr. Groover prepared a brief update on the Garner Innovation Park that is being developed in partnership with the GEDC as well as a private developer. So all those articles are there for you and for our development partners. And then if you continue to look down, we do have our development statistics for the quarter. I did want to mention that because of the number of quarterly reports that we have typically coming out the month following a quarter end, we're moving development services and the economic development reports back a month. So you're hearing this in August, but the data that we're presenting is for the traditional calendar quarter. And we had gotten off a month on that last time, but we felt that was a little awkward for people. So just know that this does include the quarter that ended in June, and then any annual numbers also ended last fiscal year. So for the quarterly development statistics, you see that our numbers are still quite high. 953 permits issued, 259 single-family permits issued, 498 certificates of occupancy issued, over almost 15,000 inspections completed, 359 code compliance cases investigated, and 300 fire inspections completed. So again, as we've been telling you recently, our team in development services continues to be managing quite a heavy workload. We also included some annual statistics for you. So the last page of the report does summarize our annual statistics. And you see here the numbers really get really impressive with over 3,000 permits issued, 1,000 single-family permits, 49,000, almost 50,000 inspections completed, and code compliance cases 764. So we've shown you those graphically as well as in numbers, and hopefully these provide you some good information as to how the year ended. Be glad to answer any questions, and I think Mr. Paget is available online if you have a specific question that's more appropriate for him to answer. Yes, sir.
Mr. Hodges, on the traffic calming effort, I know there was talk about the raised sidewalk on Fifth Avenue. Is that going to be just one, and is it going to be in the center, or is it going to be more toward the western end where there's a lot more foot traffic?
There's going to be one, and it's going to be fairly close to the center, and I don't have the exact location on a map to show you, but engineering staff is working out where it would be appropriate to work with both inlets for drainage as well as the access point that will go into the Forest Hill Shopping Center has to be at a point that we can put an accessible ramp to access it. So they've selected a location. When we have a final design for that, we'll share that with council.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I had a question on the permits. There seems to be a steady decline. Is that indicative of a slowing build rate and just slowing economy, or is that just some type of glitch in the data with what's coming online, and is there a pace slowing down?
I think we're seeing a little slowdown. If Mr. Paget's on and it can hear us, I'll ask him to chime in a moment. I think what we're seeing in Garner right now is not much of a slowdown with single family homes. We're seeing some slowdown in townhomes. Mr. Paget, I'm not sure if you're able to hear us, but if you are, I'll see if you have anything you want to add to Mr. Dellinger's question.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there with you tonight. So we've seen a slowdown in townhomes. We also have seen, with the code changes, or not a set date of when the 2024 codes are going to take effect. Usually around those dates, it was originally January, then it was July. There's usually a slowdown because they don't want to start a project under one code and then finish it out in another. So there are other neighboring jurisdictions that are seeing some slowdowns. But I think ours is just they were trying to figure out what's going to happen with the codes. And then, like Mr. Hodges said, the townhomes we did see kind of drop off for a bit.
So you kind of can see the permits as a leading indicator, and the certificates as a trailing indicator. Okay, got it, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Paget. Mr. Matthews, did you?
Yes, sir. This is a very useful document. I know it's many ways the public can get it, but just to have it in your hand, and it speaks volumes for the planning department, like inspections, all the things that they're doing, because I know we brought on quite a bit larger staff because it was in the budget and we approved all of that, and we're seeing the results from it. And getting this to the development world, especially that, it lets them know where we stand on some things, because it's I've been in meetings where we kind of got beat up on, but I think that's going away now. But we're doing it in the right way. We're very professional, and we're calling those shots. So my compliments.
Thank you very much.
If there aren't any final questions, I too just would like to say thank you to the Development Services team and Mari Howe, who helps us put this report together. It helps us better understand our workload trends, but also does it in a way that we're able to communicate with our community and the business community. And so it's been a great tool. And so I just want to highlight and recognize everybody who's involved. The last report for this evening is our quarterly economic development update. Mr. Hodges will review some highlights, and then our downtown administrator, April Wood, who is also going to talk about some happenings in downtown. So, John?
All right, so thank you again, Mayor and Council members. Our Economic Development Quarterly Update, we adopted this format to try to provide a consistent way that we can summarize the work the department does. We always like to lead it off with our framework that has the 4 areas that we focus on. And then as you come down, we will have updates under several of each of these categories. So I'm going to recognize April now to cover several of the things under entrepreneurship and small business, as well as community marketing. And I'll come back and wrap up a couple of things in Mr. Groover's absence.
Hello, Mayor and Town Council. This is my first time presenting to you, and I'm so excited to be here, even though I am the last one. Thank you very much. You saved the best for last, we'll say. Launch Garner, we've actually, our 2026 cohort, the applications are open, and we actually have 34 applicants to date, so we are very excited about that. This is a 10-week program that will begin. The orientation is January 8th and will conclude with our graduation on August 27th. You may recall that that is a little change in our format. Typically, we have the graduation in March after the students complete the 10-week class training, and then they do their mentorship. But after speaking with some of our partners, with the Rotary Clubs, Wake Tech, and then also actually speaking with our current mentorship group, we have decided to change that. Some of them have not been attending the mentorship part of that, which is a very important and key aspect of this program. So we are going to switch that and have them complete mentorship before the actual graduation. So that was recommendation from all of our partners. Our Main Street Impact Report. So this is for 2024, 2025, so July 1st, 2024 through June 30th. This area covers 0.25 square miles. If you think about Highway 70, that's our corridor over to the North Garner development. So you'll include Main Street in this as well as Garner Road, Highway 50, and then over to New Rand where the Polar Ice House is. So that's your boundary. That's what these numbers are taken from. We had over 151,000 visitors in that area last year in downtown. And I just think that's incredible. And most of them came back for visits like over 4 times for over 704,000 visits total. So these are unique visitors. The annual stay is 156 minutes. Our peak business hours are 3 to 8 p.m. and the peak business days are Thursdays and Saturdays. Commercial spaces, we have 47 commercial spaces in that 0.25 square mile radius. Residential units, 271. Parking spaces, 803. Public improvements included new construction, sales, so we've had 8 of those. Jobs net change, 7. Public investment, over 191,000. Private investment, which includes the townhomes, over 6.4 million. Volunteer value, I'm extremely proud of this. Our volunteers on the DGA board work extremely hard. They logged over 533 hours last year of volunteer. What does that equate for you? The rate that North Carolina Main Street gives us is $33.01 per every volunteer hour. So that's how we get that number of over $17,000 in volunteer hours, for a total investment of over $6.6 million in our downtown. We had 3 private building rehabs and 6 business expansions, which includes expansions of services and products. Okay. Yes. So next we are moving towards community promotion and marketing. And we have kicked off our Groovin' and Garner series. I've seen some of you out there. June 20th, we had Antique Outlaws. And as part of Main Street, being a part of the Main Street community, we have access to Placer AI. So we are able to contact North Carolina Main Street, ask them to look at certain events. I give them the dates, I give them the hours, I give them the exact radius that we're looking for, and they can help us determine about how many visitors we have at those events. It's not an exact number because I'm happy to say that people don't just come and show up for an hour, they stay longer. So we look at it as a block of time. So for our Groovin' and Garner concert with Antique Outlaws, we had over 300 guests who enjoyed the concert there. And then I would like to officially announce the number that I just got today for this past week with the Band of Oz. We had over 700 guests in downtown, and that was fabulous. They just didn't stay in that one little area. They were walking up and down Main Street, supporting our local merchants that were open, and it was just a great time.
Thank you, April. Having the access to that Placer AI data through Main Street is just one of many benefits we have from being in that program. But if we were to go out and try to subscribe to that service ourselves, it's a pretty astronomical cost to do that. So it's great that April has access to that information so that when we do have events, we can start making calculations of the impacts of those. A couple of last things I want to mention: the Leadership Garner class. I think everyone's familiar with this. It's a new program that the Chamber has started this year in sponsorship by the town to have a cohort of leaders, emerging leaders who want to learn more about the community. There's 10 classes in total, and the town has helped promote or conduct several of those. Most recently, though, we held Town Hall Day here last Thursday, and I'd like to thank our council members, the mayor, Mr. Matthews, Ms. Behringer, and Mr. Vance, who came and spent 4 hours with us and the cohort that day. Your participation in our presentation, Matt and I led a presentation about local government, and our council members were very generous with their time and comments in response to questions. We also had the School of Government here, Lydia Altman, came and facilitated the Budgetopolis budget experience. And I think it was quite a learning experience for everyone. So thank you to everyone who participated in that. Our fire and rescue teams will be hosting one of the next classes that's coming up. And we've also already hosted a downtown course, our downtown class in one of the first days, as well as a business development or development day, and also economic development day. So the town's been very involved with the chamber in planning the curriculum and executing these classes. And as always with economic development, we do have some statistics about requests for information. We received 30 in the last quarter. They had 16,000 jobs included in them. Altogether, those were a little over $11.5 billion in investment. And as Mr. Gruber has shared with the council, especially as recently as our tour, one of our big challenges is having the product to be able to submit for these. And so we're always glad when we can have other product come online for us to be able to submit for more of these opportunities. And Mr. Gruber has mentioned to you, I think recently, just an update on the Wake County Infrastructure Pilot Program. We continue to work with them as the pilot community on how we can go out and be better prepared with all of the different types of infrastructure needed to bring economic development projects forward. So April and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have about the economic development report.
If not, I'd like to thank Mr. Hodges and Ms. Wood and just highlight all the great things that are happening in the development world and the economic development world in town. The final announcement for this evening is just want to remind council, we have a great event to attend tomorrow morning, the ribbon cutting for the VA clinic. At 9:30, the VIP tour will be hosted, and then 10:30 is the actual ribbon cutting ceremony. So hope to see everyone there tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting event.
Ms. Miller, do we need to access them off of Rand Road, or should we go around Arbor Gate and come in that way? Do you know?
Mr. Hodges, have we gotten any guidance on what's the best way to access the facility?
We have not, but I think if you use one of the main entrances, the one on 50 or Arbor Green, we'll be able to figure out how to get everyone there. Please text me or call me if you have any trouble finding it. As a reminder, the entrance off Rand Road is limited to, there's no left end if you're heading down Rand Road. That is protected. It's right out from that only, so please don't turn down Rand. I would probably use the main entrance that comes off of 50, and I think there'll likely be someone there to be able to direct you, but call me if you can't find us and we'll get you there.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. So it's going to be an exciting event and hope to see everyone there tomorrow morning. That concludes the manager reports for this evening. Happy to answer any additional questions the council may have.
Any other questions on any of that?
No, but if I could ask the manager one question, could we have a brief update on when to expect to hear from the Central Pines study on affordable housing?
So we are working with Central Pines on the affordable housing inventory study. They have a draft that we've had an opportunity to review. We have some updates and some edits that we've asked them to complete for us. We're targeting either next week's work session or the first meeting in September to bring that information back to council and present it. So we just have to see if we can get things finalized in time for next week's agenda.
I have a question. Can you send that draft to council, even though it needs edits? I'd be interested to see what their first draft work product looks like. So I'd like to see that. If you could forward that to us, that would be great. Also, related to affordable housing, what's the timeline for the rest of the year with regards to our affordable housing plan? Regardless of whether or not we hire somebody or don't hire somebody, I don't see that we're making any progress in forming a committee or having discussions around setting aside funding. Those are things that are independent of actually hiring a person. And I think I asked a couple months ago what our sort of plan was around a committee or a structure to maybe even vet the person if we decide to hire somebody, be involved in the process. We don't seem to have any type of organized structure right now with regards to affordable housing.
So in addition to the inventory information, we're bringing back to council some follow-up information based on the conversations we've had with the development community, as well as a proposed process and timeline for what next steps in conversation and work on affordable housing looks like. So we hope to bring that to you either at your work session next week or the first meeting in September.
Thank you. And do we have attorney reports this evening?
I just wanted to thank Assistant Town Attorney Morgan Pierce for helping out in the absence of the clerks with signing people in and administering the oath to our witnesses for the special use permit. But other than that, no report tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. And back to council reports, not committee reports, but council. We'll start with Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You guys took all my juice, but anyway, about the VA and the Veterans Committee will be out there. We're excited about that. That's so many people that's not been military. They don't really understand the magnitude of what this really is going to do for veterans out there. And because if you ever had to go to Durham, to the Duke Hospital VA, whatever, it was a nightmare. And we got the best of the best right here. It will be busy, and we're excited about that ribbon cutting tomorrow. And I was going to talk about grooving in Garner. I didn't know April was, but I was out there the other night and got a couple of dances in. But great job. I like the report you give tonight, all those numbers. It's nice to see that. And Ms. Miller, Mr. Hodges, y'all got a great secret weapon sitting out there. And I hope you're going to stay around a long time because I like what you're doing. And other than that, that's it, sir.
Mr. Singleton.
Yes, I'm sorry I missed last Friday, but I was out of town on vacation, my wife and I. It's really nice to get away after a tough year and a half, so sorry I couldn't make it, but I was at the first one, and I'll try to beat this next one. Why don't we just go out and eat, and we'll just ride together over to the gate? We can just wait in line now. We can just pick up some late food here and chat, and we can just ride on over there. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Dellinger.
Nothing.
Mr. Vance.
I'll just say that the Garner Fire and Rescue and the Red Cross were out at Indian Creek and community this past weekend installing fire alarms, and they really were organized and talking to the residents out there, and they did a really good job. My hat's off to the Garner Fire and Rescue for their efforts on last Saturday.
Thank you very much. That concludes our business here. There is no closed session. So unless there's some other item we need to address, I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion by Ms. Behringer, second by Mr. Singleton. All in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by nay? Hearing none, we stand adjourned. And we can say,